Any discussion about today's agenda? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. We'll move on to public comment. The board has a significant interest in maintaining the decorum of its meeting. And it is expected that members of the public and the board will address each other with civility. The orderly process of the board meeting will not be interfered with or disrupted by public comment. Only individuals recognized by the board president will be allowed to speak. Comments by others are out of order. If disruptive, the individual causing disruption may be asked to leave the meeting. Abusive, disruptive, or defamatory comments will not be permitted. The state board's agenda is full and I will place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, I'll ask you to conclude and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. A topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. Do we have public comment this morning? Somebody on the other end of this?
Jeremy, do you have any public comment?
I'm looking for it right now. She's gonna work the speaker.
Okay. We'll move on to the director's report.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Siotis, and members of the board. And as always, thank you for your service on the board. First off, I would like to welcome our newest board member, Todd Abramson. Todd's term officially started on July 1st, and this is his first state board of education meeting. Welcome. He recently retired as superintendent of Okoboji Community School District, position he held for 9 years. And he has served Iowans for 25 years in education administration, including in Grinnell, Newburgh, Sigourney, Tri-County, and West Central. He was also a middle school principal at Mason Northwest Webster, and he started his career as a teacher and coach in Pocahontas schools. So please join me in welcoming our newest.
Glad to be here.
You. We're also excited to share that the department welcomed over 30 new special education team members, all of whom started on July 1st, spanning our special education, regional continuous improvement and compliance teams, early childhood, student evaluation, instruction and services, and finance, data, and accountability. In addition, we welcomed 3 new senior leaders to the department team. John Elkin is serving as the department's chief of staff and he most recently served as superintendent for the Centerpoint Urbana Community School District. Prior to the superintendency, he served as assistant superintendent at Centerpoint Urbana, middle school principal at Carlisle, and high school principal with Webster City, and started his career as a middle and high school ELA teacher. We are also welcoming Dr. Lisa Breitfelder, who joins the department as our Central Special Education Division Administrator in partnership with Dr. Angelisa Feinhardt, our Regional Special Education Division Administrator. She most recently served as a shared superintendent over Central City and Northland Community School Districts. Prior to the superintendency, she served as Executive Director of Student Services and Special Education in Linn-Mar and Clear Creek, Amana. She also served as a special education consultant with Grant Wood AEA and started her career as a special education and early childhood teacher. And then finally, we are welcoming Dr. Corey Seymour, who will lead the school improvement team as the new bureau chief. Most recently, he served as superintendent of Clear Community School District and has over 30 years of experience as an education leader, previously serving as executive director of leadership at Ector County Independent School District in Texas. For that, he was assistant superintendent at Portland Public Schools in Oregon, superintendent of Santa Gertrudis Independent School District in Texas, and a principal at Cedar Hill, also in Texas. So we are very excited to welcome all of our new expert team members as they grow their service to Iowa students, family, educators here at the Department of Education. Since our last meeting, the department published our annual letter to the field, which summarizes education legislation that was enacted in the 2025 session of the 91st General Assembly. And once again, the letter to the field is organized by our state education system priorities, starting with a strong teacher pipeline, then evidence-based literacy and math instruction, narrowing and closing achievement gaps through accountability and support, empowering students with multiple pathways to post-secondary success, and vibrant, safe, and healthy learning environments. The letter to the field also includes summaries of appropriations and then additional updates. And this year, each legislative summary includes an implementation updates section with a designated point of contact and implementation supports that continue to be updated as additional resources become available. And that was shared with superintendents and school leaders and is now posted on the department's webpage. To talk through a few of the major components of implementation supports already provided, we'll kick off with the Math Counts Act. So supporting its statewide implementation, we announced 4 new implementation supports, helping districts strengthen evidence-based math K-6 instruction, including the state list of approved math screening and progress monitoring tools, the model state personalized math plan to support school districts, the comprehensive state math plan and executive summary, which covers standards aligned, high quality instructional materials, HQIM, implementation, curriculum aligned professional learning, alignment of educator preparation programs to best practice, evidence-based instruction interventions, and finally, family engagement. And then finally, we launched the Build Math Mind statewide K-6 professional learning that's focused on building fluency and deepening conceptual understanding among educators and developing students' strong foundation in number sense in particular. Registration is now open statewide, and then additional support is being provided to identified schools and districts through our school improvement and our regional special education continuous improvement teams. But we're excited to open up that statewide professional learning opportunity. And then building on that implementation, we talked about in June, the department launching the new First in the Nation statewide partnership with National Math Stars to help identify and develop the talents of mathematically extraordinary students across Iowa. And all student groups are represented in our identified third graders who scored in the top 2% on the Math ISASP this past spring. Since we initially discussed this, we have had 433 student nominees apply. We are excited to share that National Math Stars has narrowed the selection down to 389 finalists nationally. 57 of those are from Iowa. So that means that nearly 15% of the nation's National Math Stars are Iowans, and nearly 40% of the Midwest National Math Stars are Iowans. In August, National Math Stars will announce the 2025 stars. And again, that program will start in Iowa for rising fourth graders. It is fully funded. It provides individualized support aligned to student strengths and interests all the way through 12th grade. Then looking at legislation enacted in 2024, we want to provide a couple of updates. The department provided free required professional development statewide guide has been published. It articulates the professional development and training programs required of all school employees under federal and state law. The guide now includes a section listing training that's required of all or most school employees, and then it includes a list that is required for personnel in specific roles. And the new department courses include protecting student privacy in schools covering FERPA, PPRA, HIPAA, and COPPA, the equal employment opportunity, affirmative action, and anti-discrimination for Iowa school personnel has also been provided statewide. Free speech and intellectual freedom, at-risk and dropout prevention, and then school bus driver training are all new department provided professional learning courses, which are hosted on AEA Learning Online through our partnership. Additionally, the department is providing training to assist schools in meeting their specific legislative obligations, including designing professional development plans, mentoring and induction programs, and at-risk and dropout prevention programs. All of those are forthcoming as additional supports to school districts. And then our final AEA approved list of professional development has been published after 3 rounds of offerings submitted by AEAs. The department has approved 53 unique courses that advance our strategic education priorities and the board's strategic education priorities. The first round was published in March of this year, listing 22 approved courses. And then in this first year of implementation, AEAs requested around 2 and 3, which added another 25 courses in April and another 6 courses in July. And that final list is available on our website, including on our House File 2612 implementation webpage. And then, as you know, also from the 2024 session, House File 2545 required the department to conduct a comprehensive review and make recommendations regarding the state's high school graduation requirements for content standards and for curriculum. So we had 3 separate committees built, one focused on standards and instructional practices, one focused on grad requirements, and then one focused on Iowa statewide literacy plan. And again, we just want to thank all of the educators who served on these respective committees, including superintendents, principals, curriculum directors, instructional coaches, classroom teachers, educator preparation, and higher education, as well as all the legislators who served on these committees. We had an initial report published in winter of 2024, turning 2026. That included a recommendation that was ultimately enacted, the IRC diploma seal that we are now implementing in partnership with schools. And this final report published earlier this month includes robust updates and recommendations, including on standards implementation processes following the state board's adoption of standards. It also looks at CTE for course flexibilities, the impact of concurrent enrollment, universal access to work-based learning and industry recognized credential attainment opportunities, new graduation requirements implementation, and then finally, our comprehensive efforts to improve early literacy. And then finally, on implementation supports, the department partnered with DPS and the Governor's School Safety Bureau to facilitate technical assistance on the requirements for revising school emergency operations plans and incorporating the personal electronic use policies. That webinar featured a panel of experts from across state agencies, school leadership, and local law enforcement. And that recording is now available on our website too to support implementation. Then shifting gears very briefly into division updates, we're excited to announce in the Division of Pre-K through 12 Learning that we have provided over $2 million in competitive grants to 8 school districts to establish therapeutic classrooms for learners whose emotional or behavioral needs impact their ability to be successful in their learning environment. Those awardees include Bondurant Farrar, Cedar Rapids, Cherokee, Davenport, Durant, Keokuk, Pella, and Spencer. And of those 8 awarded districts, they will be serving 150 pre-K through 12 students, establishing 17 new therapeutic classrooms, expanding mental health supports for students and youth across 8 counties located in 5 of our state's behavioral health districts. And then the first revision team for our social studies standards, consisting of educators, administrators, content specialists, higher education, parents and families, and community partners, has completed their final meeting. And as always, the standards revision process follows the same 5 phases. And we are preparing to enter phase 3 this fall, which is our public comment phase. Again, as always, that includes regional public forums and an online public survey. And then additionally, we'll be opening this fall the application for members to serve on the second committee or second team, the review team. In the Division of Special Education, our newly restored division is launching 2 new networks in the 25-26 school year. One is supporting special education directors and one is supporting new special education teachers. These special education director networks follow a structured 9-session professional learning series that's designed to strengthen administrators' leadership in special education. Happy to answer questions about that important new support. And then the new special education teacher regional networks will provide comprehensive foundational courses designed for new special education teachers or conditionally endorsed special education teachers. And we're happy to provide a more robust update when this deems fit. And then within the Division of Higher Education, very briefly, earlier this month, the department awarded $258,000 to 5 communities through our LCAN program, the Local College and Career Access Network program for the 25-26 school year. And there are 3 returning communities who were awarded the Attendance Matters in Northeast Iowa, Math Pathways, which is statewide, and then Future Ready Perry, and then 2 new awardees, Columbus Junction and First to Finish, which is in Des Moines, received awards as well. And then each LCAN works to address attainment gaps in partnership with local colleges, schools, AEAs, employers, and community and faith-based organizations with the technical assistance of our Bureau of Iowa College Aid. And then finally, in events, we presented to the Education Commission of the States, Dr. Jay Pennington, Division Administrator Tina Wailert, and Davenport Superintendent TJ Schneckloff joined me in presenting to state departments of higher education executive officers, and then legislators and governors' offices across the nation about Iowa's new school accountability model, as well as our school improvement supports across the state and our regionally based school improvement teams. The SAI new Superintendent's Institute was last week as well, and alongside Chief of Staff John Elkin and Division Administrator Tina Wailert, we welcomed about 19 superintendents who are beginning their leadership service this school year. And then as a reminder, the Collins Aerospace Community STEM Day in Cedar Rapids is this Thursday, July 17th. The STEM Externship Forum is Wednesday, July 23rd. And then the Iowa Reading Research Center Science of Reading Summit is July 29th. So look forward to connecting with members from the board at each of those events. And then our Fall Science Leadership Summit is August 4th. And then SAI's conference is August 5th through 6th. And then STEM Day at the fair is August 17th. We'll ensure that you have all these dates as well, but wanted to ensure the shared information about those important events. And then finally, the State Board Committee, the Community College Advisory Committee will meet on August 6th. Non-Public School Advisory Committee does not meet again until October. And then our Child Development Coordinating Council met on June 30th. BOEE meets August 8th, and ICA's Board of Commissioners meets on July 25th. And the very last thing to share is if you look behind you, I hope that you have noticed that the designs of all 16 of Iowa students finalists in our license plate design challenge are now on display in the State Board of Education room. And the new license plate is now available to order on the Iowa Department of Transportation website. So as a reminder, those proceeds support school districts with the highest per pupil transportation costs, many of which are rural school districts. And we hope to see our Aaron Cho original on vehicles across the state beginning this summer. Thank you. That concludes my update.
Any questions or comments for the going back to the Math Stars, so once a student is in that program, are they in that program through their senior year? Or,
That's correct.
and then what type of support do they receive locally?
So National Math Stars is coordinated through this national nonprofit. And they receive in partnership with their family as well as their local school district or school supports that are tailored to their interests and needs. They get personalized coaching and a personalized plan. They go to designed summer learning opportunities. They're in a cohort of students that may include Iowa students as well as national students. They get personalized tutoring and mentorship opportunities. And then also they support advocacy and the instructional program design in their classroom.
So that will be done virtually then, I'm assuming.
It's a combination of virtual,
Okay.
synchronous and asynchronous and in person.
Yep.
Would be great to know with the 19 new superintendents, how many of them were promoted from within their district or how many were recruited externally outside of Iowa?
Thank you. We're happy to follow up on that.
Well, Todd, what happened if your job?
Well, there was a candidate within. They did not pursue that candidate, so they hired from. They wanted some experience. They really did. Because of all the things going on in the district.
There's one sample for you, Cass. I know there's more. One
Sure.
second.
I will say that the candidate pool is very slim. Sure.
In Iowa or just?
I think in Iowa, maybe across the country, but in Iowa, that's what we're seeing, not just with SUPs, but principals and teachers at this point.
All right. Item 3 is the consent agenda from minutes from the June 19th.
Move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved by Brian, second by Brooke. Any discussion about the minutes? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Hi.
Opposed, same sign. Consent agenda is approved. Item 4, charter school progress report.
Good morning.
Morning, Barbara.
Morning.
This is being done for me. That is really nifty. Makes it a little easier, doesn't it? Yes, it sure does. I remember having to figure all this out as I sat. Or
As we all stared at.
yes, a little intimidating. No. So thank you. I appreciate your time. I am here to talk about the history of charter school contract amendments. Then we will transition to talk about those amendments that we have for us here today. All charter schools have the opportunity for a 1-year delay during the authorization process, so they can request that during their authorization in their paperwork. they also have the opportunity to request that in a contract amendment at a later date. There are also other reasons or circumstances that a charter school might ask for a charter school amendment for their contract, like the change in location or expanding their grades, increase in enrollment. So several other reasons why a charter school might complete a charter contract amendment. And the state board is responsible to review all those contract amendments and either approve or approve with conditions or to deny those. So I am, at the request of the board, I'm going to provide you kind of a brief overview of the history of our amendment process, starting with what's happening today. So today we have a few amendments from Red Barn, Civica, Cedar Rapids Prep, Cedar Rapids and Des Moines, and Opportunity Education Network, Cedar Rapids Prep and Des Moines Prep. So Red Barn had no previous requests, and they also did not request a one-year delay in opening time of approval. So they were approved in January, and they had every intent on opening August 2025. So their request today is their use of the afforded 1-year delay that is within the contract itself, or not the contract, but within the application itself. Civica, Cedar Rapids, and Des Moines also had no previous requests, but they are here today to request an additional year delay for Cedar Rapids, as well as to withdraw or terminate their contract for their Des Moines location to then apply for the Ankeny location. And Red Barn can speak to their 1-year delay. Civica will be able to speak to these requests as well today. They'll be on Zoom.
I have a question. So if they withdraw their contract, so that's terminated, then they would have to apply
Correct.
the next cycle for
Correct.
they have to consider that.
Correct.
Do a new contract for them.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. So they intend to withdraw for the Des Moines contract, terminate that altogether, and then apply for their Ankeny location. So Opportunity Education Network, Cedar Rapids Prep and Des Moines Prep also had one previous request, and that request was specific to ensuring that they were able to waive offer and teach so that they could phase in their grade levels. And we'll talk about that on the next slide. They were approved in January of 2024, and they intend to open in August 2025. So they intend to open at this time, but they are requesting now a name change and a change to their grade phase model. So those are the requests that are on the table for today. There have been previous requests, and those requests came from Horizon Empowering, Opportunity Education Network also had a request, Scholarship Prep and Choice Charter. Horizon Science just asked for an amendment request in June, and that was just to change their address. They found a better location. They wanted to change their address to that location, and that was the amendment request that they asked for, and that was approved. Empowering Excellence had amendment requests in January, and they asked to clarify their offer and teach waiver. So they wanted to actually have their offer and teach waiver as allowed within their charter school application. And then waive food services also allowed within their application. And then they were receiving a lot of requests for students to attend their school. And so they also asked for a change in maximum enrollment from their original contract. And they also found a better location, and so they asked for a change in location. Opportunity Education Network for Cedar Rapids and Des Moines, they had a request in November. And again, that was for their offer and teach to allow them to implement their phases of their grades. So they started with 1 grade and they wanted to continue. So they wanted to waive that offer and teach until 2028-29, when they would have full offer and teach available. Scholarship Prep asked for termination of their contracts for Des Moines Elementary and their Des Moines Middle School. And so that was approved in November of 2024.
Was that for financial reasons?
That was change in law from where they were based. They were based in California, and they were dealing with a lot of administrative changes and a lot of changes in law. Choice Charter also asked for a request to change their contract in March of 2024, and that was to waive offer and teach, to remove an educational service provider that they were no longer using. And then they were also increasing their enrollment and lots of requests for grades 7 and 8. So they asked for that as well. So that's the bulk of the amendments that we have had requests here for charter schools. And there's a list of charter schools that have not asked or requested any contract amendments. Any questions on that?
I have none.
Wonderful. I believe the first article we have up for a contract change amendment is Red Barn Schoolhouse. And we have Sharon Omek on Zoom, ready to represent Red Barn to request their 1-year delay to move the opening from August 2025 to August 2026. And I see that Sharon's online. Sharon, can you? Sharon, oh, there you go.
There we go.
We can't see you either, Sharon, so.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. There we go. Oops. Okay. And
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. I have my colleague Sean Shea here as well.
I'm the blurry one in the background.
Good morning. If you remember, Red Barn Schoolhouse was approved in January of 2025, and they intended to open in August of 2025, and they are here to ask for a contract amendment for a 1-year delay in opening.
So thank you for looking at our request for review. We were not able to come to lease terms, so we're barely asking for a delay in the start date till 2026. We made good progress this year, but it gives us an opportunity to perhaps have a permanent site and grow the school, as well as really do a good job on the curriculum development for this specific school.
Do you have a site in mind yet?
We have 3 sites that we're looking at now. Our goal is to procure one by September, and then we'll have our plan put together in more specific detail. That's where we're at now.
Do you have funds to procure the site and make it, or should I say, meet all the standards for schools as far as safety, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes, we have in the startup grant, we have architectural services to the tune of about 150,000, which we've been in discussion with them. Depends on the specific site we get and what we'll need to be doing. So I'm gonna have to wait until we get to that September date for the specific site, and we've got everything lined up pretty well.
I mean, our priority is to find a site that has utilities already there, we've looked through sites that were within 2 miles of Crescent and had 10+ acres, and it's been a pretty exhaustive search on property. So we have a pretty good inventory of backup sites at this point.
Do you think that once you procure the site that you'll have enough time to get it up and ready and, I mean, do any remodeling or whatever? I mean, I'm assuming the site won't be just like, ready to open the doors and just use as a school,
No.
so.
Regardless of which site we choose, it won't be ready. But it depends on the site. Have some options there. And I've got 40 years of construction experience under my belt, so I have a sense of what it's gonna take to put this together. We have to get to the September date, go through our analysis of the sites and which one suit us best. And then I'll know a lot more in about 2 months.
And one other thing that we discussed before we knew we couldn't proceed was that we have a close relationship with Hitchcock Nature Center. And they did have a site at their ski lodge that could be a temporary site if we needed, a fallback position.
Well, we have been in discussion with Hitchcock Nature Center. They offered to let us use one of their lodges for temporary housing while we develop last site we're working on. So we feel we have a pretty good relationship with Hitchcock, and they will help us with some temporary accommodations if construction runs longer, which we all know that never happens.
When you talk about you have a chance for a permanent site, does that mean something you'd acquire?
Yes,
Okay. And so you won't be at the place where the red barn was that we saw? Okay.
we will not.
But will it be a red barn?
I have some red paint.
I feel like it needs to be a red barn.
I do too.
Come back with another.
Amendment, yeah.
So Barbara, when we have a request for an amendment, I'm assuming that the charter schools go through all the procedures of holding a public hearing and the board voting on it. Is that just a given and we don't have to worry about that?
I think that's within the materials that they sent, but for their amendment that they during their board meeting.
Any further questions about this request?
So you're saying that if we approve this and then September comes and you find out that either you're not able to procure something right now or that construction runs along, that you do think that you will have a temporary site that you can use to open up next. So I mean, regardless of whether you're able to procure something or not, you have something that you can use for next August.
Yeah, I think it's Plan D or E, but we do have some alternative plans for temporary sites. And like I said, when we get to September, I'll be able to give you much more detail.
In section 2 of your exhibit 1, are you indicating to us that you're likely to obtain the expected $200,000 to cover operating costs? Seemed like you were over halfway there.
Yeah.
Almost
Correct.
60% there.
Yeah, we have an opportunity now to pursue grants and things that we didn't have an opportunity for because of the short time frame. So, yeah, we're continuing to fundraise and we'll be pursuing grants. And then we have a open discussion with Lakin Foundation and pursuing that as well.
Other questions or comments?
I have a question for Barbara. Do you keep in contact then and you're able to know And you would all know how they're progressing.
Yes, we're in frequent contact with Red Barn
Okay.
over the past, well, since they've been authorized, and we would know what their status is in September.
Okay, good.
And
They can
certainly
come back to the September meeting
I
and
was just gonna say,
find
we
update.
certainly can have them come back and to provide an update for you.
Good.
Do you need a motion to
Yes, we
approve?
do.
Yes, so I'll make a motion to approve this.
Second,
There we
To
go.
approve the amendments. Moved by Mary and quick second by Brian.
Wow.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. It's carried. The amendment is approved. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for
All
considering.
right. We're on to Opportunity Education Network. Methods prep.
And I believe we have Jason Trupas on Zoom. Yeah, correct.
Matt or Justin.
Excuse me, James Trupas. I don't know why I said Jason. James Trupas
We're a little bit early, so they're not on.
is Frankie Mestra online. Because we can do Civica next.
It's Satan.
Are we okay with going Civica first if James is not online?
Got it? So we're jumping to Civica Cedar Rapids. Okay, so the number 8 on the agenda.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning.
We have, we will start with Civica Cedar Rapids. And then once that's done, then we'll go to Civica Des Moines.
Okay,
Barbara and the board. I also have other members from the team on Zoom, if that's okay. I have Neil Clanson, who's on the Civica Iowa board. I also have Idalia Suarez, who is on the Civica Foundation nationwide board. And I also have Graciela Carbajosa, who is the mentor principal from Cohia on the board as well, or on the line as well.
Thank you. So Frankie is here to talk about contract amendment requests right now for Civica Cedar Rapids. They would like to request an additional year delay for their Cedar Rapids location. Frankie, you want to go ahead and present that information for your contract amendment for Cedar Rapids.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you again for the opportunity, and thank you for the board for allowing us to speak today. For Civica Cedar Rapids, ever since we've been approved in January of 2024, we've been looking at various facilities, whether it be existing buildings or ground up construction, temporary locations, and from that time until about early of 2025, we finally found a location with Radiant Church to open for the upcoming school year. In our conversations with Radiant Church in Cedar Rapids, while they were going to update their certificate of occupancy, we realized, like you guys were talking about earlier, for the safety component of the students, that one of the things that needed to be added in order to have education use on the property was a storm shelter. And we've been working in the meantime to be able to get everything done to get a storm shelter in place. We found a storm shelter that can be installed, but the permits were not approved by the city until early June. And so we have everything lined up. We're ready to go to start getting ready for 2026. And so we are just requesting this change so that we could open in August of 2026. I'll take any questions.
Questions from the board?
So it's just a storm shelter that you need to have installed. That's the only thing that in order to have the school be ready to open.
For the facility
Ready.
side, yes. Once today's done, then we'll start the recruitment cycle for the principal and get going and recruiting in the fall, and we'll be ready to go.
Where is Radiant Church located in Cedar Rapids?
It is on Blair's Ferry Road. It's towards the northern part of Cedar Rapids.
Okay. And what means of communication are you using to reach families?
Social media, there'll be grassroots campaigns. Obviously, being in a church, we'll be presenting to the families that are already going to the church to provide them, there's an option that they're already used to. So there'll be full mass campaigns.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not approving a name change here, Thomas, are you good with that?
This is not the one with the name. change.
Oh, that was the prior,
Yeah,
sorry, I'm
it's the prior
sorry.
one, and he's
Yeah.
not quite on yet. Yeah.
I jumped in too fast again.
Brian's just ahead of his time.
Yeah.
That is something.
Other questions regarding this requested amendment?
Need it. I'll make a motion to approve the amendment.
Second.
By Brooke and second by Mary. Further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the amendment request for Civica of Cedar Rapids, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It's carried. Okay, Civica Des Moines.
So now we transition to Civica Des Moines. Frankie, if you want to go ahead and present the withdrawal.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you again to the board. Similar timeline to Civica Cedar Rapids, the school was approved in January of 2024. We've been looking at various sites throughout the city of Des Moines. In our search, we came across a property in Ankeny that we have under contract right now, doing due diligence. And so the request being made is to withdraw the current Des Moines application. I have the team here on board. Like I said earlier, we are committed to applying again to the Ankeny location, understanding that it's a different population, ready to submit the application this fall and ready to go. In the search, a lot of it deals with being able to come up with an agreement with the different parties involved, but also making sure that we provide the high quality facilities that are needed to have and present the education that we're planning on doing. So we rather do it right and not rush, and make sure that we're putting together the facilities needed in order to open up the schools. So again, we're requesting to withdraw our current contract and application, or current contract that we have for Des Moines, and we are looking forward and committed to submitting a new application.
So the request is to withdraw the application, or basically to cancel the contract, basically.
Correct.
And so then we'll be looking for a new proposal coming, but
November 1st.
Okay.
Well, you won't see it November 1st, but I will see it November.
I was thinking.
You'll see it in January.
Application law.
I'm gonna jump ahead a step. This kind of intrigues me, say moving from what Was that going to be on the south side of Des Moines originally?
Yes.
Moving from there, and how is your application going to vary? Because I'm not sure the population base is the same or your target audience is the same. How are the applications going to differ?
So this is the applications obviously are going to change when we're talking about demographic and what's coming. Our model, especially for the elementary grade levels, which was the application, is very much in hands-on STEAM. I know Principal Carvajosa could talk a little bit more about the educational components, but the change in the way that it's taught isn't going to really change. Because we're focused on career academies. The elementary grade levels are very big on building the soft skills to prepare for middle and high. Ms. Carvajosa, do you want to elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yes, absolutely. So the goal is to prepare, build a foundation for the students at the secondary level to be able to, pursue career pathways. So our goal at the elementary level is to build those soft skills so they are prepared to apply the STEM design process, and as well as through the Leader in Me program to apply, the 7 habits of highly effective people to their everyday, to face everyday challenges that they may have. And so it is infused in the academics, these components of STEM, as well as the components of the Leader in Me program. So that's how we, that's the model in the elementary format.
Is the Leader in Me program part of all of your elementary programming with Civica?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is actually used in, at all levels, but definitely it is at the core of the elementary because of the nature of them being elementary. It's a good way to form, those foundational soft skills.
And I know Ms. Suarez, she's on the Civica board, but she's also a principal of 2 elementary schools. So she could speak on, she also, by sitting on the Civica Foundation board, also mentors the principals across the network. So she could sort of talk a little bit about how this is implemented.
So the business at hand for right now is request to, I guess, get out of the current contract, basically.
Correct. That's the only request at this time, since
Right,
obviously there's not a new charter application in front of you
Right.
yet.
Right. Is there a motion to approve the Dolphin contract?
I move we approve the termination of the Civic Des Moines contract.
I would second. I would second that.
Okay. Been moved by Brian and seconded by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. That contract is terminated. Okay,
Thank you
Wonderful.
to the board. Have a great
thank
day.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We're here for Opportunity Education Network.
They are on. I
All
see
right.
that they're there. So we have James Trupas online, and he is joined by representatives for Opportunity Education. We're going to start with Cedar Rapids, but before we begin, James, maybe you want to introduce who you have in there with you?
Yep. Morning, board. Thanks for having us. I'm James Trupas. I'm a chief of schools for the Opportunity Education Network and Opportunity Education Foundation. And we have Justin Blitz, who's the principal of Cedar Rapids Prep. We're here in Cedar Rapids. And then Matt Lakis, who's the principal of Des Moines Prep. So we're just together on a pre-opening step back here in Cedar Rapids.
Great. And so we're going to start with Opportunity Education Network for Cedar Rapids. Just a reminder that their amendments are amendments to the change in name for Opportunity Education Network, changing that to OEN, and then changing their grade phases outlined in their enrollment. So we'll start with Cedar Rapids. Go ahead and present your amendment.
Yep. Absolutely. Thank you, board, again for having us. The first is just a bit of a technical change for us. You know, our name in incorporation was Quest Forward Charter School Cedar Rapids, but our DBA, our doing business as, was Cedar Rapids Prep. And then this is just a bit of an internal technicality for us that we've made it OEN, which is Opportunity Education Network. Because just to make sure all of our schools are connected across the state and country to have the OEN. And then since families in the school were already doing business as Des Moines Prep and Cedar Rapids Prep, so in this case, Cedar Rapids Prep, just making it official to change from Quest Forward to Cedar Rapids Prep, so OEN Cedar Rapids Prep. So it's on the name side. I don't know if there are questions on the name. I can also get into the enrollment change as well.
Any questions about the name change? Okay, let's move with enrollment then.
Yeah, so with both schools, but we'll talk Cedar Rapids, excuse me. So with Cedar Rapids, the amendment request is to allow us to have enrollment in grades 6, 7, and 8. We had originally put in for 6th and 9th grade, but then through the facility that we acquired, but then really through community conversations, it became clear that families were hoping that we would open with more than just 6th grade. So we've actually had over 300, we've had 329 applicants for grades 6, 7, and 8. So the amendment is to allow us to open with the full 250 plus students in grades 6, 7, 8 here in a month. And that's really just based on community demand. The other side of that for us was facilities. Originally, we had put in for 9th grade. But, you know, also through talking through families, it's really important that the high school offers even more robust sports than we'll be completely ready to do in year 1, from football to soccer. We're offering those for the middle school grades, but but to do it as well as we'd like and the community would like, we would wanted more time to really get those athletic facilities ready to go for next year. And so we pivoted to 6, 7, and 8. And so the amendment request is to allow us to do the 6, 7, and 8 this year.
You're looking to come back with 9th grade the following year, or?
That's correct. Yep. So next year, our 8th graders will matriculate to 9th grade. So then we would be 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then eventually 6 through 12. And we have 100 8th graders enrolled already. So so our recruitment for 9th grade is really just those students matriculating plus adding additional students from the community who are interested.
Questions for OEN Cedar Rapids? Hearing that there are no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Make a motion.
To approve these?
To approve.
Okay, thank you. The motion by Todd to approve the amendment request. Is there a second?
I would second.
Second by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the amendment request from OEN Cedar Rapids indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried.
I have a quick question. Where are you locating in Cedar Rapids first year? Is that an already existing building on campus? Is that correct?
Yeah, our current address is 4515 North River Boulevard. It's on the northeast side of Cedar Rapids. Very fast growing area. And it's right off Highway 100. So access for families was prioritized in terms of transportation in that regard. And yes, we're currently working on the renovation of the building right now.
And then are your plan? I'm sorry?
It's a former Transamerica headquarters, so we're renovating multiple floors of one of the towers currently, and as well as finalizing land acquisition around it for further building.
That was going to be my second question. So then following occupancy of that building, are you planning on then constructing additional buildings for increased enrollment?
Yes, there's approximately 200,000 square feet within these towers that we could renovate, and we're considering renovation of. And then, but there's also, we're under contract for 18 acres here as well. for additional facilities such as fields as well as gymnasium and other needs that we can't take care of inside of this building.
Thank you.
All right, so that was approved for Cedar Rapids. Now we're on to OEN for Des Moines.
Yep, so on the name side, similar reason, it's just for consistency across our school network to have OEN Des Moines Prep rather than Quest Forward. Quest Forward's kind of a relic is in our foundation, that nomenclature. And then in terms of enrollment, we were originally similar to Cedar Rapids, had planned to do 6 and 9 in our application, but kind of what we learned through community conversation, ninth grade absolutely demand, we've had over 100 families apply for our 9th grade class, but then through conversations with families, really learned that 8th grade and doing a pre-high school program for 8th grade was something that there was a big desire for. So are asking to expand down to 8th grade, where we've already had about 50 applications for our 8th grade for a pre-high school 8th grade class. We also just felt that doing 6 and 9 at the same time was really a stretch of our academic resources, and also not necessarily because we're in one facility, wasn't the right academic dynamic either to have 6th graders in the same building as 9th graders out of the gate, and that wasn't the experience neither 6th grade families nor 9th grade families were seeking. And so the amendment is to open with our 9th grade class as well as as well as 8th grade. And then next we'll do 8, 9, 10, the following year, 8, 9, 10, 11, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then at that point, we would go to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. But we'd start 6th grade and 7th grade at a time later down the road where we could secure a separate facility that didn't intermix, 12-year-olds with 18-year-olds.
So when you start out originally 6th grade and 9th grade, correct?
That was correct.
And so was that originally based on community feedback, or how was that derived?
So none of us were actually part of the original application process, so I can't completely speak to the rationale. I think it's a bit of I think it was just a bit of thinking that we would be starting a middle school and a high school simultaneously. But yeah, I don't know that in looking back we should have just picked one lane, either 6th grade only or 9th grade only, middle school grades or high school grades.
Other questions for OEN?
I move that we approve the amendment for OEN Des Moines.
Second. By Brooke and second by Brian to approve the OEN Des Moines request. Any further questions or comments? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. The amendment request is approved.
Thank you.
Hey, Barbara. Thank you, John. All right, I'm not sure we're ready for AEAs yet, so let's take a break. Let's come back at 10:20, and maybe we can alert the AEAs to
Are they coming in person
some are or some aren't.
Yes.
Okay. 10th report for Great Prairie. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so I'm going to kick us off, and just to orient you, you all have 2 handouts for each AEA. One is the full accreditation report, which has all of the details about the visit. And the other is this 2-page summary, which has kind of the short version of what's in the full report. Do you have any questions about the format or please?
No, but I like the format very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's very easy to read.
Thanks. All right, so we'll go ahead and get started with Great Prairie. So Great Prairie AEA has just over 200 staff members serving 32 public school districts and 11 accredited non-public schools. They have 6 IDEA differentiated accountability level 3 districts and 7 level 2 districts. And IDEA DA, or differentiated accountability, that's our accountability system in special education, where we're working to improve student achievement and outcomes for learners in special ed. So we identify districts. We don't identify buildings. It's by district. And then districts have to work on improvements in the area of literacy or transition right now. And then their center of excellence is in language and literacy. And Great Prairie has no required actions right now.
And I'll introduce myself. My name is Betsy Lynn. I'm the Bureau Chief for our Bureau of Student Evaluation, Instruction, and Services. And so what I'm going to do now is highlight just a few of the recommended continuous improvement actions and a couple of the strengths for Great Prairie. So the first recommended continuous improvement action I want to highlight is that we are requesting for the AEA to conduct an analysis of early access referrals to understand why some referrals may not be resulting in services. So this is under the area of school community planning. This is just based on some data and file reviews that we did that was showing some of the identification rates for early access, which is our early intervention program for birth to 3, were lower than the state average, and that some of those referrals were ending during an intake process. So this is just a recommendation for them to kind of look at that data and see what's going on and if there might be some improvement actions around that. The second one that I want to highlight is under professional development. And this is a recommendation to analyze agency-wide data to identify internal and external professional learning needs. This is around looking at responding to professional learning needs that are more systemic based on data in the agency and trying to make sure that those are aligned to the need in the districts for the agency. And then the third recommendation, continuous improvement action that I want to highlight is under technology planning and services. And this is to implement an intentional approach to analyzing AEA-wide data, assessing needs, and providing support specifically in the areas of assistive technology, accessible educational materials, and UPAR, which is one of our screeners that we use to look at needs around literacy. There are very strong supports in the agency around those 3 areas. But right now seems to be based more on district request. And so this is just a recommendation to look at need across the agency. And again, look at that systemic viewpoint. Now I'm going to highlight a few strengths that we uncovered while we were there. The first one is under special education services and supports. Really wanted to highlight the strength that they are aligning their professional development and learning to the SDI framework. The SDI framework is our specially designed instruction framework. It is a big focus of our continuous improvements at the state level. And so to see that alignment that at the AEA level as well is definitely a strength. They do that based on student data, and they are also very much focused on adult learning practices. A second strength I would like to highlight is under the area of compliance. And they have their Part C determinations for early access. So again, that's their birth to 3 early intervention program, improved from a category of needs assistance to meets requirement. So that is definitely something we want to highlight as a strength. And then the third strength is under program evaluation. And the agency has started a process of assigning AEA staff to schools through alignment between the staff strengths and the school needs. So really looking at how can they support the districts and make that match with their own staff to ensure that those continuous improvement plans at the district level are supported by the right people. So that was another strength we had to highlight.
So our accreditation recommendation, we are recommending that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Great Prairie AEA through the next review period. So I'm going to turn it over to Nathan Wood to talk about the agency. And before I do so, I want to point out that Great Prairie was actually our first pilot in this new process this year. And I really want to thank Nathan and all of his staff members for participating in that. They were just very generous and really kind and we really appreciate your participation and all of your feedback and your patience with us in that new process. So thank you very much, Nathan. And I know he has some handouts. Can I just pass these around? Is that all right? Okay, let's see, you want to put those down your side? Yes, thank you. Nathan, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thanks, Angelisa. As Angelisa said, Nathan Wood, Great Prairie AA. I'm flying solo today. That was a decision I made, just felt like it was my job to be able to understand all these components, communicate to the board. So if there's a question I can't answer, I will own that, but I'll happily answer questions after. The paper that we're passing around this morning, and if we need more copies, I've got some here. Just kind of a brief overview of where we're at in response to our current progress towards our agency goals. So in the spring of 2023, we met as an agency leadership team and did a deep dive into our agency goals and redefined into these three. So I'm going to highlight a couple data sets. Again, just open to questions afterwards if there are specific questions about any of these. But ELA, we have seen some growth the last couple of years. So it's from 20. The one thing I want to note on this also is this is 23-24 data. In each fall, we update our annual progress report. So this fall, when our staff come back, our continuous school improvement team will work on updating our annual progress report for 24-25 data. So that's the one thing to note here, that unfortunately this data is somewhat almost a 2-year or 18-month lapse. But in ELA, we had on the right-hand side of that first chart, you'll see where it compares the same cohort of students. So we had 6 of the 9 grade levels show cohort growth. And then for the most part, since post-pandemic, our grade levels have made proficiency gains. With that being said, I believe we would all agree that the work is never done. I don't think there's ever a checkbox where we might goal met in this area. No matter what the number is, we're always trying to continuously improve our ELA and math scores. Specifically in math, all of our grade levels have shown growth post-pandemic. So this was a challenge that we were, I think, all concerned about. Something we've continued to work with educators and administrators on, and having conversations. We plan to take this exact same chart to our first superintendent's meeting and talk with our superintendents about here's where we're currently at as an agency, what actionable steps and intentions do they want to focus on for the upcoming year. And then the last one on goal number 1 is actually the data set that they just referenced as a strength. We moved from needs assistance to meets requirements and our timely transition. So CAC, and what that means is from when students transition from Part C, early access, birth to 3 services, to the Part B, school age services, for which would be school age through age 21. So not above the state average, just to the state average. So again, similar to my statement before, there's still work to be done there. On the backside, outlines our second goal, which is to increase the achievement gap. This data is just very transparent of where we're at. The top 2 charts are above age gap for students with IEPs versus no IEPs on the left-hand side, and then our free and reduced lunch SES count on the right-hand side. Again, we haven't seen a lot of significant growth there. So that is a point of emphasis after taking a look at this data through annual progress report. We focused on with our leadership team, and we're continuing to process through Covey's work and Lencioni's work on wildly important goals. And I talked a little bit about that in the fall as part of our presentation on our budget and priorities, but more to come on that here probably from me every year, the next couple of years. And then the second chart that I've shown there is this is something we are excited about, and this kind of flows into what I'm going to talk about with our Center of Excellence. So I'm talking about the Sunnyside Elementary fast growth. So we saw students with IEPs grow from 17% proficient to 30% proficient in the spring. And that was with a pilot we did at Sunnyside Elementary in Burlington, as part of Burlington Community School District. Obviously, 30% isn't a high enough number. We saw above average growth with that group of kids. So what we're focusing on now is how do we work with our staff, kind of what we had just talked about, how do we duplicate that and take a ripple effect from that Sunnyside Elementary to deploy that across our agency, and then potentially through the Center of Excellence, how do we replicate that work across the entire state, specifically with some CHAMP storytelling that I'll talk a little bit about with our later here in a little bit. And then goal number 3, this is something we're really excited about. This is probably the most current data that we have. Goal number 3 is about educator capacity. So for contracted services, this past school year, we had 896 contracted services days. And for 2025, we were projecting a sales of about 2,010 days. So a 2.24% or times increase, something we're excited about. And I think shows that our educators across the agency feel that our GPAEA staff make a difference in their continuous school improvement. And then on the right-hand side, the last one there is 95.5% of respondents. So we send a quick survey out to every administrator after our staff members provide professional development to see if we met the intended learning targets. 95.5% of those respondents indicated that the learning targets were met. So something that I plan to share with our staff as they come back and encourage them to continue the work they started last school year.
That's a nice return.
Yeah,
The operative word was a quick assessment.
quick, 2 questions.
Yeah.
Was it met? What could we change? And that's all we ask. So, and if it isn't a met, then we follow up with a phone call. And if it's a no, we had 1 no out of the 896 responses. We do a site visit on the no and clarified what we needed to fix for future there. Do I pause for questions now or you want me to keep talking?
I defer to the board president.
Just a comment, top workplace environment.
Yeah, thanks. So that was the spring of 2024. We engaged in the Energage Top 100 Workplace survey, and we had great results. In full transparency, about 3 weeks after we gave the assessment is when legislation session started. So we had a little bit of a dip maybe on what our scores would be later that spring. We did not participate in Energage. It was somewhat expensive, the bang for the buck. We did an internal survey, but the good thing out of our internal survey is 92% of our staff said that they were still satisfied with the direction of the agency. So we feel good about the results. We did not participate for 2025. Just a decision I made just on finances, but thank you for that comment.
What else would you like to share with us?
So I'm going to update just a brief update on our Center of Excellence. So Angelisa mentioned our Center of Excellence is around language and literacy. So our focus is to make the connection between early childhood educators and speech and language pathologists. I want to be very clear that just because Great Prairie AEA is their Center of Excellence for the state doesn't mean that we believe what we're doing at Great Prairie is the answer to all districts or all agencies. So the first step we're taking is we're proposing to the statewide system that we conduct a survey to early childhood educators and speech and language pathologists across the state to see where are they currently at, what challenges and barriers and needs do they have, and then taking those results to see what data do we have that supports those challenges and barriers. So then we do a data dig to figure out where is current reality and what data sets do we want to use to determine progress. So what impact data can we have out there to come back in a year, 18 months, 24 months, et cetera, to show that our language and literacy pilot has had an impact. Another, I think, important step on this is we have had some clarification from the department on general education interventions and AEA staff members' responsibilities. So to keep it short, it's really just trying to identify who is responsible for a general education intervention. Is it AEA staff members, or is this something that a general education teacher from the school district should be responsible for in that related service domain? So collaborating with the department on ensuring that by doing general education interventions in language and literacy, we educate the teachers that need to be able to conduct and complete those early general education interventions. And then our last piece would just be taking that, whatever product it is that we start with. Our goal is to start in January of 2026, but taking that starting point and then trying to duplicate and replicate across the state. So more to come on the Center of Excellence. I anticipate more updates with our regular meetings with the department, but would happy to update the board more on that next year if there are additional questions. And then, am I out of time?
Pretty close.
Okay. The last thing I'll say is the good thing I feel good about, and I have here is I have like 3 of the 5 things that we talked about I had identified. So I feel like we have a great plan already in place for the school community planning. We're actually doing an agency restructure on early access. That was probably the benefit of going in January for the pilot. We heard that feedback and we restructure early access. So we have an agency-wide designated service coordinator. our data showed us that some of the reasons the major reason or challenge barrier we had around early access transitions was an inconsistency in the way providers operated. So we've designated one. So instead of that being one small portion of every staff member's responsibilities, now it's a designated agency-wide service coordinator to be responsible for doing that for the entire agency. So we feel like that'll shore up some of those inconsistencies. And our goal would be to be able to be above the state average next year in our CHC demographic or in our reporting. And then the last thing I would say, I guess, is just on the one strength we had around SDI framework. We have identified, we did a pilot this year with our audiology group. We saw a really great feedback from our staff and even some of the educators in the field. So we're replicating that through an agency structure change. We're having discipline leads in every discipline. So part of their responsibility will be to coach and help ensure that every provider in every discipline is using consistent practices around the SDI framework, which we're excited about. That being said, I'll be quiet and answer any other questions.
Questions from the board?
Doing good stuff.
I was going to say, Nathan,
Yeah.
good work.
Thanks.
I've known Nathan quite a while, so solid.
Nathan, schools have the ability to move in and out of AAs. Have you had any movement in your area?
So we had we had one district specifically that asked about transitioning to our agency. And then when Jason Florida and I sat down and talked with him, it was a superintendent idea who really hadn't taken anything to his board or his community. So we talked with him about talking with both his board and the community. And we've kind of created a partnership, I think, now with Green Hills on how we can balance the two. So they have two districts, one superintendent, two districts, two different AEAs. So the challenge more was around just how are we doing things differently. I think the collaboration actually is going to make us do things more similarly. Beyond that, we have not had any other districts look at opting out, and no one's seriously about opting or coming to Great Prairie at this time.
So the recommendation is to grant continued accreditation to Great Prairie through the next review period. And the next review period is what?
Determined by the State Board of Education. I think we had talked about having a supplemental period in the next school year to add some of the components that the board sought.
Okay, so I know, we're not sure. But anyway, there's a recommendation. Congratulations for not having any areas of needs improvement.
Do we need to have a date? Is the answer no, we don't need one, or yes, we should say one?
Thomas?
No, because this is still being built. There's going to be rules revisions to chapter 72. So there's no need to establish a date right now.
And a part of this is the effective date was July 1 for these revised standards. So again, this is a substantially revised accreditation process and deepened accreditation process from that which was previously implemented.
Is there a motion?
I would move that we approve accreditation of Great Prairie AEA through the next review period.
TBD.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Cass, second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, Mississippi Bend.
Great. So Mississippi Bend AEA has about 270 staff members serving 21 public schools and 20 accredited non-public schools. They have 4 IDA DA level 3 districts and 9 level 2 districts. And their center of excellence is called Leadership for Closing the Achievement Gap. And Mississippi Bend does have some required improvement actions. In the area of professional development, they are required to provide IDEA differentiated accountability professional learning around the topic of practice coaching for level 2 and level 3 districts, which it's really focused on helping staff understand that practice-based coaching model versus systems-based coaching, because we have two different types of coaching under differentiated accountability. So really helping staff members in Mississippi Bend understand those two coaching models and their responsibilities for coaching in level 2 and level 3 districts. And then in the area of special education services and supports, they're required to provide professional learning and coaching for AEA staff members to address current inappropriate early childhood evaluation and screening processes to address some issues that we found while we were there during the visit. Betsy?
Okay, I'm going to highlight two additional recommended continuous improvement actions. The first one under professional development is to develop a more robust internal professional learning plan for AEA staff. So there's a strength I'm going to highlight later around their professional learning for external, so for district and other providers. But internally, our recommendation is to look at the frequency, some of the staff needs, and just a consistency in the professional development offered to their own staff, specifically in Child Find as aligned to one of the corrective required improvement actions. And then the second recommended improvement action is under special education services and supports. So this is a recommendation to partner with districts to review their special education identification rates and to help them support root cause analysis and develop action plans to ensure timely and accurate identification practices for special education. So some districts did highlight that this was a support that the AEA was providing, and some districts did not. So it's really just looking at a more consistent availability of that service. Two strengths that I would like to highlight under professional development. So again, very well designed professional learning plans for external audiences across content areas. So the agency really does look at the needs of districts and designs the professional learning based on their data. They have SMART goals. They develop scope and sequence and have outcomes identified for the professional learning that they are providing to the districts. And then the second strength I want to highlight is under technology planning services. And this is a well-designed assistive technology referral and response process. We heard this from multiple audiences, an appreciation for the loan library they have. They have a monthly assistive technology newsletter that provides great support to staff, as well as just support for filling some of those permanent needs in the realm of assistive technology.
So the accreditation team is recommending that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Mississippi Bend AEA through the next review period with the required improvement actions completed. And Mississippi Bend will include confirmation of the implementation of all required improvements and its work towards those recommended improvement actions in its budget reviewed for approval by the State Board of Education in March 2026. So now I'm going to turn it over to Shane and Kim. And once again, Mississippi Bend agreed to be our second pilot site this year as we were working on this process. So I wanted to recognize them for that and their participation, because they also provided some very valuable feedback on the process and helped us as we adjusted things for the remaining 7 AEAs this year. So once again, Shane and Kim, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for your gracious participation. And with that, Shane, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. So we too appreciated the partnership and the opportunity to engage in the process early to help make the process better and more robust and more meaningful for AEAs. And we think that we're on the right track with that partnership and look forward to continued partnership with the DE, as well as cross-agency collaboration on a number of topics. We'll start first with the professional development required actions. We want to give the board complete confidence that we are on that and those will be corrected within the time with quality, consistency, and just everything that Angelisa and Betsy have articulated. So first off, we have a draft implementation plan. That's one major benefit of us being able to go first is we had our exit summary interview. So we already knew some of the areas that we needed to tackle and to improve. So we have draft implementation plan that specifically targets IDEA, DA practice coaching as well as systems coaching, some professional learning. Not only that, but we've engaged in cross-agency collaboration because there are AEAs that are exemplars of this. So rather than duplicating that work, we're taking that work where other AEAs have excelled, using that and then replicating that in our own organization. So we're looking forward to deploying that. We know that consistent deployment of high quality services across the state is a priority that we all share, from the state board to the department as well as the AEAs. And that will be a major step forward for us in that IDEA, DA coaching realm. We have 2 required actions in the realm of IDEA, DA coaching. They're both interconnected. However, we have implementation plans for both actions just so that we can really laser in on those precise actions that have to be deployed. It also helps us because we'll have ongoing coaching, implementation, and accountability checks. And so for us to be able to make sure that we're gathering the type of leading indicator data so that we can make course corrections, it's important for us, we think, to have really precise actions that we can laser in on. So those short-term measures are baked right into the implementation plan. Key actions in our implementation plan include implementation, accountability, and coaching. We think that that's necessary. You can't just professional develop your way there. You have to have the embedded coaching and follow-up supports, and then be able to collect feedback from your staff just to ask how it's going, as well as reality testing that in the actual schools to see how it's going from their perspective as well. So that's all in the realm of professional development. We're multiple steps down the way, and we're looking forward to deploying that when our staff come back in August, taking those initial steps with professional development and then the ongoing coaching and support for them to make sure that we're doing that with high quality and fidelity. In the arena of special education services and support, so that's the early access, evaluation, and screening processes. We also have a draft implementation plan in that area. We're also benefiting from those AEAs who excel in early childhood evaluation and screening processes. So again, rather than being duplicative, leveraging some of the cross-agency collaboration that also increases the level of consistency that we have across the state so that every child, every family, every school can have guaranteed, consistent, high-quality services. So we will be working on that too. Key among our actions is just getting our needs assessment of our own staff. So some of our staff perhaps haven't felt as confident in that area. So just understanding maybe what are some of their barriers in order to deploy and to implement the evaluation and screening processes according to expectations. So doing a needs assessment and then understanding what are the expectations, doing a gap analysis, and then we'll have design professional development that will target those staff needs. That timeline's a little bit sooner. The department would like us to have all that buttoned up by November, and we will for sure be within that timeline because we're hitting the ground running in August with all those necessary steps when it comes to evaluation and screening. Same thing there. I will reemphasize, we will have implementation, accountability checks, as well as ongoing coaching and support for our staff to make sure that we're not just giving them professional development, then hoping that it happens. We're actually going in the field and making sure that that's happening with quality and providing coaching and course corrections as our staff need to do those pieces. So all those different pieces will happen, in collaboration with other AEAs, with the department, with our RSCD, to make sure that we're all aligned from top to bottom, all the way to our frontline staff. We're actually in schools. The other piece that I would maybe emphasize is we have recommended actions as well, not just the required actions. And there's a number of those recommended actions that integrate really nicely with some of those other areas. So we'll be prioritizing those and pulling those in to make sure that there's seamless integration. We have one coherent plan of action moving forward when it comes to improving those agency areas that the department identified through the accreditation process. So I'll pause there for any questions from board, or if board president wants to take the lead.
Questions from the board? I do have a question. How are you coming with your goals?
So we have a one pager that we'll pass from there. So each year we do an annual progress report. So these goals and these data are pulled right from our annual progress report. You can see that at the top, we have the student achievement goal, which is our overarching goal, which is aligned to the state board goal of promoting equity in education by closing achievement and opportunity gaps. So then we get a little bit more specificity with respect to that goal and how we're going to actualize that in the field. So we use increasing the percentage of low SES students with IEPs, as well as students who are part of a minority demographic subgroup. And just we gauge how is their process on that long-term lagging indicator outcome measure of ISASS. You'll see that most of our grade levels have shown increase over the last 4-year trend. I'll give the same caveat that Nathan did, in that we don't have 24-25 data yet. So we're eager to look at that information to make sure that we're continuing on the right path. Most significant gains have occurred at third grade, which is very encouraging because we know that early intervention, getting kids off on the right track is paramount. It's just really difficult to close gaps once they get broadened up. So the best way to close that gap is to prevent it from ever opening. The majority of our grade levels have increased their performance over the course of the past 4 years. An anomaly within that would be grade 11. So diving into that data, understanding that, working with our school districts will help us to really get to the root cause of what potential mechanisms are behind that. We also look at our subgroup data, which are very important. That's part of closing the achievement and opportunity gaps. And so we look specifically at our FRL as well as our IEP subgroups, and you can see that both of those groups over the course of the past 4 years have increased their performance on ISASP. Probably an even bigger measure for us in terms of our shorter term decision making, how we deploy resources, is in the arena of early literacy. So I know that the numbers are a little bit small, but you can see early literacy FastBridge data there at the bottom. That is the percent proficient for each of those respective grade levels. So we look at these data in a number of ways, and this is just kind of like the most macro level data, but we go into specific grade level data in specific buildings, and we look at specific subgroups to really isolate where our strengths and weaknesses are so that we can prioritize the deployment of our services and make sure that we have a world-class literacy team to make sure that we're prioritizing how we deploy those people into schools and how we partner with school districts to, again, address achievement gaps, hopefully before they open, but then making sure that we're mitigating the effects of those as well. FastBridge is an important measure. It's an early indicator of literacy performance. It's more sensitive to change and growth, so we can do an intervention, find out if it's working, and we get almost immediate feedback, whereas that ISASP is more of a lagging indicator. We only get it once a year, less sensitive to growth. So we really like the using FastBridge data is a key metric for more of our short and medium term measures. And you can again see the trends there. On the back, you'll see the same information for math as well as science. Science is a little bit unique because not every grade level has accountability associated with that. So we have the 3 grade levels identified there. We know that math is a priority of the governor as well as the department with the new legislation. So we're eager to partner with school districts on evidence-based practices in math, just like we have a long history of doing that in the realm of literacy. We will replicate that in math to make sure that our schools and our students ultimately have the best educational instruction they can in their classrooms.
And a question on the benchmark chart. Am I assuming if I wanted to follow the kindergarten class in 2002 I would look at them at 63%?
Yes.
And then in first grade, they're at 60, is that correct?
That's correct.
And just on across the chart. Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
It's a great question. And one thing that we've identified is there's an almost ubiquitous drop from kindergarten to first grade, and that's across all subgroups. And there's some trends, both agency-wide as well as district-specific. So that's an area that we've identified as what is happening between the kindergarten to first grade gap when we transition from students who are doing more foundational, discrete tests into that level where they're getting to synthesizing those into being a fluent reader. So really isolating and homing in on what might we do to increase the proficiency levels of first grade, because once they're at first grade, that really sets the foundation for their future. So great question. I appreciate you asking about the cohort data. Not on the one pager, but also high priorities for us really are twofold. Our hedgehog concept that we identified as a leadership team last year through Good to Great, and just really trying to get organizationally coherent and focusing on what is the most important responsibility we have. It's closing achievement gaps. And so we have shared ownership of that as a leadership team. We're starting to now scale that out among our staff so that they understand that every one of us, regardless of what your role is in Mississippi Bend, you have ownership over closing the achievement gap. That's what we do. So that's a prioritized and paramount responsibility. A second piece on that of priorities is prioritizing relationships and value with districts. We're in a totally different world right now, and more now than ever, we've always prioritized relationships, and we're very proud of our track record of relationships we have with our districts. But ultimately, the proof is in whether and to what extent our districts choose to partner with us. And so just some key measures there. We had high demand from districts for all of our services, and we did district support plans this year. So we'll be providing supports in all 21 of our school districts. We have an amazing group of superintendents, 17 superintendents across 21 districts, great supporters. Another key measure of that is we have a Leading for Impact Leadership Series where we do evaluator approval training, but we have some other systematized evidence-based practices that we deploy with those leaders. Last year, we had 127 administrators who participated in our Leading for Impact, which comprised 20 out of 21 of our school districts had some level of participation. Many of our school districts, they bring their entire leadership team. And so we're very thankful and appreciative of the support that we have from our school districts in Eastern Iowa.
Questions?
Williams mentioned earlier on recommended continuous improvement actions that you were prioritizing specific actions in your draft implementation plans. Would you just cover those briefly?
Yeah.
So there's a number of things that kind of cross over at the professional development. So one of the areas of growth that Betsy indicated was the quality and basically the alignment and the need for general child find practices and working through a professional development plan that is more closely aligned with what we provide for districts. And so as we work through the two key recommended areas, the vision will be, we'll have a pretty comprehensive professional development plan that will actually impact all of our internal staff, specifically around disability suspect. I see that becoming a very big conversation for our staff this year, as well as general child find practices. So those two recommended actions are actually going to have a very broad impact when you think about several of the other recommended areas that we need to focus on moving forward. So that'll be a very overarching one as well. The other piece that showed up as a strength for us, but also as an area of growth, is that idea of program evaluation. We have had some success, specifically related to special education and what that looks like. This year, we worked a little bit outside of that and worked with the district around English language learners. But we're looking forward to taking those evidence-based components of program evaluation and looking at how can we support districts in all areas as they're trying to determine what supports and services they need, but then also internally, which again, we'll have a lot of that baked into our professional development plans for our internal staff, that ongoing coaching, monitoring, feedback cycle. That's important that you see in a lot of our district plans. It's very, our district services are very job embedded and very much lean on ongoing coaching and feedback and accountability. And so we're looking forward to kind of bringing that all to life internally to move a lot of these recommended areas forward as well.
I might one more thing, talk about the Center of Excellence, if you wouldn't mind. I have a minute. Okay, I'll be quick. So our Center of Excellence, as articulated at the outset, is leadership for closing the achievement gap. And we know that leadership is fundamental to changing student outcomes. There's not a school anywhere in the world that's getting great outcomes for kids that doesn't have a great leader. And so we're really focusing on what are those evidence-based leadership practices that need to be deployed in every school that ensure that students have what they need and that they're increasing their outcomes. So a core pillar of that is just the centrality of the leader, closing the achievement gap and attaining breakthrough results. That's really key and foundational to our leadership for closing the achievement gap Center of Excellence. Just a couple of things that we've already done, one of which is Kim. A key component of that is the program evaluation, doing a comprehensive top to bottom program review of the district. So we know exactly where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, and then developing a customized action plan that then we can launch that attend to the leadership needs, outcome needs in their district. But leadership remains that core pillar of that. And then the second piece is we piloted our model, our leadership for closing the achievement gap model in 2 schools last year. Got really great results, initial results, and we're expanding that to additional sites this year, including additional grade levels. So our idea there is we're piloting it so that we can identify what works and what's not working, what barriers maybe we have to adult change. That way, when we launch our Center of Excellence on July 1 of 2026, and field-based and reality tested with actual teachers, actual principals in the field. And so we'll have a really tightly aligned model around those practices. Thank you.
There's a recommendation for Mississippi Bend. Yes. For the continued accreditation, the next review period with required improvement actions completed. Include the confirmation and implementation of all required improvement actions.
By
Move
March.
Everything you said.
By March.
By March 26th.
I'll second Mary's motion.
Okay, moved by Mary, second by Brian. Any further discussion? Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to Green Hills.
Jason, do you have Joe on? Jeremy, Joe should be on Zoom.
Joe Warcheck.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning.
All right, here we have Green Hills Area Education Agency. So they have about 280 staff members serving 43 public school districts and 6 accredited non-public schools. And they have 5 level 3 districts and 5 level 2 districts in IDEA differentiated accountability. And their center of excellence focuses on assistive technology. And Green Hills has no required actions that they have to implement as a result of the accreditation visit. Betsy?
Okay. So I'm going to again highlight 3 areas for recommended and continuous improvement actions. The first is under school community planning. In a data review for early access, we noted that Green Hills AEA has the lowest number of children in early access in the state since December of 2024. And so we just are recommending that they look at how to promote awareness of the early access referral process and services within their regional community partners. The second recommended continuous improvement action is under the area of professional development that I would like to highlight. They have laid a very strong foundation of focusing on child-find professional learning. And so now the recommendation is just to ensure that they are sustaining that momentum and continuing that professional learning on child-find for special education staff. So it's really just a continued building on what they have already laid as the foundation. And then the third area that I would like to highlight for recommended continuous improvement is under learning environment. And that is to engage districts in a proactive review of their seclusion and restraint data, as well as other social emotional behavior data as part of the continuous improvement process. In looking at the data of the districts in the Green Hills Agency, a majority of districts have never reported any incidents of seclusion or restraint. So we are recommending that the agency dig into that with districts to look at understanding of the policies around that and just ensuring that the data is being reported. In the area of strengths, the first one I would like to highlight is under professional development. Definitely a strength is that the literacy scores on ISASP has increased for all students and subgroups over the past years within the agency, and math also remains steady with some growth in subgroups. Another strength I would like to highlight is under curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Another indication of data that is showing that upward trend in literacy proficiency, including for learners with disabilities. And then the third area for strength that I would like to highlight is under curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And a strength that we found is that the agency is proactively using ESSA tools and that the AEA had 0 comprehensive designated schools. They also have the lowest percentage of targeted, and they have 85% of districts who have adopted high quality instructional materials.
So the accreditation team is recommending that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Green Hills AEA through the next review period with the required or recommended improvement actions being completed, excuse me. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jason. Jason, you can introduce your team and provide your information. Yeah.
I'll pass this one page around. I'll introduce myself. My name is Jason Ford, Chief Administrator. This is going to be finishing up my 10th year at Green Hills AEA, 4th year as Chief Administrator.
Chad Bartlett, Director of Growth and Strategic Partnerships, oversee EdServe, media, IT, and contracted services. Getting ready to start my 6th year at Green Hills AEA.
Joe Warcheck.
Yep. Hi, I'm Joe Warchek. I'm a director of specialized services and supports, and I want to thank you for the Zoom option. We're doing onboarding for new early access support staff today, so that allows me to be here too. And I think, what is this, 12, 13 years in the agency almost? It'll be 13 at the end of this next year. So
Thank you again for the opportunity to share a little bit on our goals. And as far as this process, I'd like to share a little bit on what we call our 5 bold outcomes. And then we'll share a little bit on how we're weaving in the recommendations. And then Joe's going to cap out at the end with our Assistive Technology Center of Excellence. So on your one pager there, I'd like to start with our goals. We engage in a process called logic models. We've had most of our teams engage in that. We've done that as an agency. Part of the reason that is our leadership team believes while strategic plans are super important, often what happens in practice, as many of you know, is they get put on a shelf. They're thick, they're comprehensive, which is a strength, but it's a weakness in terms of how you engage with the workers and with those you serve. So we engage in a logic model, which is really a very focused strategic plan. It's very intensive, but it includes your own staff. So as a part of that process, we created these 5 bold outcomes. Already, we've started to integrate what we've heard from the accreditation team. We've weaved that in with our logic model, and then also kept in mind that third pillar, which is our state goals, weaved in with our strategic plan, our state strategic plan. That's really one of the challenges that all AAs face, just like the districts do. There's lots of plans out there, and how do you integrate them in a way that we can articulate them, keep track of them, and implement them consistently? So you'll see that in the 3 items we mentioned. Another piece that's real key that we've learned is it's so important to align the work, the plan with the work. Not necessarily the work of the leadership team only, but the work of those in the field, right? And so alignment is one of the things we've discovered is a key lever to making sure improvement and implementation happen. And then also holding each other accountable internally, but also externally, and making sure, and that's that number 3, making sure that your external folks included in this room, our communities, our own staff, but especially our districts we serve and our board are well informed. So that's kind of captures the first 3 there. I'm going to highlight our first bold outcome. I'm going to ask Joe to jump in on the second, and then Chad's going to finish out 3, 4, and 5 and kind of integrate those together. One of the things we are super proud of in Green Hills is creating and maintaining a positive climate and culture. I spend a lot of my time working with staff, trying to understand what they're going through, the needs in the field. How can we as an agency support them in their work? Because obviously they're key. While we're important that are here, the key people are those schools, because day in and day out, they're doing the hard lifting and they're really making the key difference. So as I think about our culture, we've worked really hard on it, but culture is hard to move. I mean, we're proud of those scores. You see mostly 80s and 90s. Most of our staff are happy. I think it flows into that second bold outcome, which we'll talk about in a minute. But one of the things that we've seen is this idea of trust, and it's stuck in the 70s. And so we're going to do a deep dive into trust and why do people trust each other? Why do they trust the agency, which often means top leadership? So that's a growth area. Joe, the second bold outcome.
sorry about that. Yeah, so looking at this, our second bold outcome focused on recruitment and retention. One of the first things I wanted to highlight, Green Hills has been focusing on ensuring that we're fully staffed with highly skilled professionals to serve children, families, and schools. And we've identified that that's a critical foundation to build upon for meeting all the systemic and individual goals in our agency. We have consciously shifted our recruitment and retention efforts to a greater emphasis on retention of our veteran, highly trained staff to remain serving our children, families, and schools. And so as you can see on the one page that you have here, that effort has resulted in a 95% rate for returning staff signing their contracts within 3 days. We had a strong push for that to ensure that we keep those highly trained, effective staff in the field with our schools, with our families, with our kids. Additionally, Green Hills has embraced some creative methods to hire staff we need. We've been expanding our teletherapy speech language pathologists who work for our agency. We've expanded options for part-time employees to meet the needs of what staff are wanting as well, what the work market is looking like, including working with retired professional educators. And we're also been working to build and expand our grow your own systems for a number of our professions in our agency that include practicum and internship supervision opportunities. And so we're pretty pleased with those numbers that we're 95% filled and that 95% retention rate that we achieved this year.
Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, our third bold outcome, you heard it from Chief Williams at Mississippi Bend about how important our districts are and our district leaders are in our communication collaboration with our superintendents. Now more so than ever, awareness of AEA services, points of contact, what services are offered, what services are available, what services are required is important. We've been focusing on this for a few years, but we've really ramped up some of these proactive strategies. This third bold outcome is all around making sure that the people that we serve, whether it be families, communities, teachers, principals, superintendent, doesn't matter, are aware of our services and aware of how to access them, as well as who to reach out to should they have questions. This last year, we were really proactive in this as we are all learning this new process from House File 2612 and the impact on AEAs and some shifts to AEAs about how this may affect or how it may impact services. So as we are learning together, AEAs are usually a couple steps ahead in this process from our districts. They're hearing it from us. So we were more proactive. We scheduled our district service plan meetings earlier than what we had the previous year. The previous year, it was more of a late spring, early summer. It's a really hard time to plan for the upcoming school year. Your plan is kind of already in place. This year, we had all of our district service plan meetings completed by the end of January. And we think that allowed us to really maximize some of these recruitment and retention efforts. We knew the pain points of our schools. We communicated with superintendents, not only in district service plan meetings, but through our superintendent advisory network, our superintendent meetings. We have administrators like myself and Carrie Newman and Joe Warachek who go out and speak to principals and find those pain points. By knowing that at the end of January, we could then recruit and attract talent that could fill some of those gaps. So I think that was really a smart decision on our part. We created a better timeline for districts to understand when they need to let us know what they need. And we received great feedback for that. Holding them accountable to say, hey, you've got to let us know by March 1st if you want to make sure this happens. They held true to that and they followed through, and that allowed us to fulfill all of the service request forms that we received from our districts. We created a video series and some learning sessions for all district leaders. That includes assistant principals, athletic directors, et cetera, were able to attend these so they could learn a little bit and receive small fragments of information more often, as opposed to us just sharing everything in one setting. We found that wasn't as effective. Statewide and locally, we created one-pagers that really helped identify a lot of the services that we provided. Superintendents, principals, especially those leaders that are so critically important to schools, a lot's on their plate. And if we give them too much, it gets lost in translation. We were able to make some of that information very concise to help them understand it and allow for more flexibility for us to speak at a later date. So we're continuing to revamp this process. We're excited about how aware our districts are. We receive positive feedback routinely, whether that be through an email, text message, some of our in-person activities. So that's bold outcome 3. I'm going to continue.
Can I just interrupt you? I think that AEAs are the best kept secrets in this state from a public perspective. And I wanted to ask all of you, as you move through the next couple of years with lots of changes coming your way, how can you also reach that public?
Yeah.
I don't know if your board members attend their local school district boards of education just to share what we've done for you this year. Because some of those minutes are out there, or there's videos of meetings. I just think it's critical, because if your student is not being served, and if your teachers are not sharing with you as a parent how they're being served, then there's a whole, we don't know what to do.
I'm really glad you brought that up. My title has even shifted this year. One of our big push for this year is to ensure that we're engaging communities at a higher level than we ever have. As an example, I have built-in time in my calendar on a weekly basis to communicate with chambers of commerce.
Perfect.
We're going to see, can we have Green Hills AEA tables at local football games where everybody goes and everyone understands that, right? One of our recommended actions is around early access and making sure that people are aware of that. that's probably not recommended, then our eyes, that's required. We need to make sure that we're promoting that at a higher level. So those opportunities with community, schools are absolutely critical. They're probably the most critical, but all of those kids live in communities. So we need to be able to make sure we're getting information to them.
Yeah, it's a strong point of feedback. Thank you. We actually just capped out a 3-year process for visiting every single school board, and we divide and conquered that with our leadership team to highlight work with students in those particular districts. But you're right. What we find is when we show up, it seems like a new thing, even though we've been here for 50+ years, right? So it's a continued challenge and we're paying attention to it. And like Chad said, one of his big 3 goals for him professionally is to lead a team of folks to figure out that you've given, like around early access is one example.
And I love talking to people, so I'm excited about it. So our 4th and 5th bold outcome, while we look at them separately, they can't be separate. They must come together. And that's truly how we're trying to reference that in the data, as well as the things I'm going to talk about. High quality professional learning opportunities for the people that we serve, as well as ensuring that all schools have safe, supportive learning environments that result in high achieving classrooms. Some of the data that we are most thrilled about is that literacy data that you see on that chart. Spoke to that a little bit about our strengths when we went over our accreditation standards. We look at a lot of metrics, not just in literacy, math literacy, science, not as much as we will moving forward. That's an area that we know we can grow in. High quality instructional materials and the percentage of our districts that have access. You can have great teachers, and most of our districts have unbelievable teachers. If they don't have access to materials that they need to bring this to life, it's a real challenge, and it sets you behind the 8 ball that you don't want to be behind. So high quality instructional materials. We also know, and you've heard this from other AAs during this process, that coaching and consulting and working with them through implementation is the most important thing. I started as a teacher at Waterloo East in 2009, and my cooperating teacher told me not to pay attention to the professional development we were doing because it was just the next dog and pony show. And you know what? He was 100% right, because we don't implement at that level that we need to. And we are fully aware of that. And we know that we're going to start doing that at a higher level. I think a data point that signifies that is 88% of our districts in Green Hills are contracted with us for this upcoming school year with our educational service consultants that are bringing supports to life through implementation. 100% of our districts are working with us through some sort of contracted capacity. So just data points that we're really excited about. You heard it mentioned we have no comprehensive schools in Green Hills AEA. Even during the last cycle, we had a single comprehensive school, one. That school has been able to move off that list. Some of that is with the help of the school improvement person you have, Andrea Danker, on your team right now. She worked with us at Green Hills. We were able to get that school moving in the right direction. Low percentage of targeted schools. This doesn't happen by accident. We know that the literacy data moves up, our subgroup data moves up, comprehensive schools go down, targeted schools go down when you have high quality instructional materials, you have high quality professional learning, and now we have an approved process through the Department of Education to make sure that we're looking at evidence-based professional development. When you facilitate that well, and when you follow up and actually make sure you implement it well. And those are some of the pillars that we're going to hang our hat on for the upcoming year. Letters has been a big science of reading through letters has been a big push from the Department of Education through the state of Iowa. Huge within Green Hills. We've had 740 educators that have been trained just in Green Hills by Green Hills staff. That's 27 different districts worth of staff members from 27 different districts. We got a little bit to go. There's about another 12, 13, 14 that need the support. We are fully invested in engaging them in that process. I believe we have 6 contracts this year for schools that have not gone through this with us before. We're going to keep getting more tight. We're going to be more focused. We're going to be more aligned, more so than ever, like Jason stated earlier.
And I would also say, maybe you mentioned this, but math, high quality materials for math. So that's right behind the literacy in Green Hills. You know, the trend line there is obviously a great trend line, and anybody in the room that knows how difficult it is to move this data can appreciate the hard work that's gone into that. I would attribute that to some great literacy consultants that we have. So I want to publicly thank them for their hard work. And I think, again, I would have to highlight, like, so how do you do that? High quality materials. The department is leading that front, and we're right there with them. We agree. High quality professional learning, again, working with the department on that idea. And then key is that follow-up coaching, implementation, having experts in the area of literacy math, pick one, actually coaching those high quality teachers using those high quality materials. So that's how you get a trend line like that. I'll pause and then I want to talk about the accreditation recommendations. Okay, so like other AAs, we had lots of recommendations. Many of them were very confirming for us in terms of as we looked at our own data. So it was helpful to hear a critical eye come in and say, think about this, suggest this, recommend this. We grouped in preparation for today, obviously we have a lot of more work to do in this area. We grouped them into 3 key areas: early access, which you've already heard a lot about this morning, not only from other AAs, but from the recommendation. Early access, and I would even lump in birth to 5 services, are so key across our state. It's an area I know in Green Hills and across the state that needs attention. And so we're going to spend a portion of our time this year really focused on early access. What's the best practice out there? Keystone's going to lead that through their Center of Excellence, and we're going to partner with them and it'll follow suit. So we're excited about learning more about early access and really pressing in with our team. Like Joe mentioned today, as a matter of fact, he's in Avoca, Iowa with our whole early access team, with their professional learning team, leading that and figuring some of these recommendations out. The second key area, which we heard again already this morning, you'll continue to hear, is this whole area of special education and child find and everything that goes with that. We would agree with the recommendations that child find is key. AEAs do many, many things well, including special education. At least in Green Hills, I can honestly say we need to really pause and instead of pressing forward, actually ironically, paradoxically, step back 3 steps, which means go back to the foundation, the fundamentals, high quality IEPs, high quality progress monitoring around high quality goals, really knowing our kids and what makes them click. And that starts all the way back with the initial child find process, right? And so, all of us appreciate sports and great teams become good overnight when they start fumbling on the goal line, they drop the pass in the end zone. They're not blocking correctly. And so we made a conscious effort last year, and this will continue to step back. And we created a course called Foundations, which really is something we're partnering on and across the state and just getting back to the core fundamentals of what we do and making sure we do those really, really well so we can maintain greatness. And then the third area, and I'll pass this over to Joe to talk about, is assistive technology. We had some great feedback in terms of AT supports. This is true for Green Hills. This is true for our state. I think I shared at the budget meeting that I'm excited about this opportunity. Not a lot of things out there that have been untouched to a great degree that results in positive student achievement. I think this is one of those areas we need to really press in on. And so with that, I'll kind of kick it over to Joe Warchek. He's going to move from assistive tech into our Center for Excellence and share a little bit about where we're at with that. Joe?
Yeah, sure. So I know that there's been some previous information shared regarding our Center of Excellence focused on assistive technology. I just kind of want to do a quick rehash of that we are focused on building understanding, skill, and implementation of assistive technology practices for Iowa educators. So we want to build that kind of clearinghouse of information and that professional development that can be shared with all of the other AAs and with districts across the state. We're really taking a systemic approach through partnering across the state, working with the other agents, other AEAs, working with the Department of Education and other organizations. So for right now, what I really want to do, because there has been updates in the past, is just talk through some of the actions that we've already taken, knowing our Center of Excellence is, slated to go live July of 2026. So we're about just barely under a year here that we've got to get this into place. And so some of the things that we've done, Green Hills AEA, we have taken our assistive technology consultants. We've expanded it from 1 person with dedicated time to it to 3 people that have dedicated time to working on this process. We have actively partnered and consulted with Melissa Lawson, the DE assistive technology consultant, several times this last spring. We did ask her to come, and she provided a foundational presentation to our Green Hills AAA leadership as well during spring of 2025, because we really are seeing that this needs to be a systemic approach. It cannot just be those people that have the title of an assistive technology consultant role. This really needs to be something that everyone learns and understands the process, the practices and the skills and the mechanisms of how we ensure that assistive technology is not only made available and it is evaluated appropriately and put into place and has implementation. The assistive technology team that we do have, they are currently reviewing and vetting systems and resources as they develop a submission for professional development to the state of Iowa for approval to provide to districts going into next year. So they're working through recommended resources from the DE, resources that have been shared from other AEAs as well as those that we have in our agency. Like, I haven't been on the whole day today because I was with my early access team, but I did get to hear the tail end of a couple others. And, you know, as you've probably heard, there are some other AEAs that have some really high strengths and skills in some of the areas of assistive technology. We're going to build on those things. If someone's doing it well, we're going to build on that, put it into this process. Additional baseline data also is something that we're going to really work on. We're going to be collecting doing a pilot of additional baseline data within Green Hills beginning this August 2025 to gather some information around the use of and understanding of assistive technology by educators in Green Hills. As we collect that data and get a baseline to see where are the weak spots, where are the strength areas, we'll look at expanding that further and recommending expansion of that beyond Green Hills as we work on finalizing the Center of Excellence resources. Some of the next steps beyond that survey data, it's going to include continued visioning with our supporting partner, Heartland AEA, and other professionals across the state. Like I said, we're identifying a team of other professionals from other AEAs, from the DE, and even just yesterday I had a connection with a regional director from the IES BVI for vision services, and they have a particular teammate of theirs that is well-versed in assistive technology for students with visual impairments that we'll be partnering with as well, and adding to our expanded team to help guide this work. And then we'll be working on creating a landing page website for all AEAs to use for these resources and recommendations as they're put into place. And like I said, continued development of that professional development to provide both to AEA staff and to school districts, using the data that's collected to identifying what are the areas of need. So as we keep rolling through that, I'm sure there will be additional updates, and we'll be working with all of those different entities across the state because this needs to be a collective effort.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, questions from the board?
On the recommendation, it talks about it's recommended that Green Hills AEA get continued accreditation through the next review period. I understand that part. And then it adds with required improvement actions completed, but my reading of this is that there are no required improvement actions.
That's an error.
Just strike that.
Yeah, there was discussion about early access referral processes and then meeting targets, but ultimately that was a recommended action. So that's a drafting error.
Can I ask you a question? So what's the distinction between recommended continuous versus required? I mean, some of the recommended seem truly like you're always doing that versus the other ones are maybe more concrete that you can measure. But I just wondered, is that it?
It's whether or not there's sufficient evidence of noncompliance.
Okay.
Just to reassure the board, I mean, we're treating recommended as not just suggested, but approximating expected, because we agree with the recommendation. So regardless of if it's required or recommended, we have agreement across the table. And so we're going to engage in those recommendations.
The accreditation process actually felt pretty good because when you guys were sharing things at our meeting, we were like, we already talked about that. Perfect. We knew that was a gap. And that's something that we can improve on. We're already planning on. So it's a great plan of action.
I guess my last question would be, should we, along the lines of that, add something to these approvals about the recommended continuous improvement in our motion, or is that necessary?
It's not necessary. If there was a desire about a recommended action, you could indicate that you want an update on the recommended actions in the budget meeting in March of 2026, as you've done in the required actions. We did not incorporate that in the draft motion.
To your point, Brian, I could see a future board question being, was that a recommended continuous improvement, what was the progression?
I imagine the next time there's a report, we would get that of you. So I'm okay with them all. I'm just trying to understand the difference between the two.
And are we gonna do this on an annual basis, or is this like
Is this like
an every year
A cy-
thing, or or is it just like this and then maybe a couple years later, or how often, I guess, are we doing this?
Yep. So this is our first year of the new accreditation process. And again, the effective dates of those standards were 7/1 of 25. So this is our first implementation. We have talked about, as indicated earlier, ways in which we can continue to deepen the accreditation process and may run a supplemental accreditation process for those fully accredited AEAs, answering and exploring some of the questions that have been posed by the board throughout this first accreditation process. And I think following that, we would be on a cycle of accreditation that was regular and predictable as established by the board.
Yeah, it might be nice in a year to get like just an update or something like that on how they're progressing on these.
Yeah. And I think for anybody who has, for any AEA that has required action in the motion, it is indicated that they must provide an update in their budget presentation. I think the board can broadly provide direction that the board also wants updates on recommended actions, all recommended actions in that budget presentation, but that doesn't necessarily require a change in the motion.
Okay.
But it could incorporate a change in the motion if that was a desire.
Thank you.
Are you making a motion?
I'm fine on it. I don't want to jump the gun. I haven't been asked to make a motion. But if it's okay, I will move that the state board grant continued accreditation to Green Hills AEA through the next review period to be determined.
Second.
Been moved by Brian and second by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the recommendation, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we are on to Prairie Lakes. Welcome.
All right, so we have Prairie Lakes AEA. They have just over 200 staff members serving 36 public school districts and 13 accredited non-public schools. In Prairie Lakes, we have 3 level 3 districts and 8 level 2 districts for IDEA differentiated accountability, and their center of excellence is focused on explicit instruction. And Prairie Lakes AEA has several required improvement actions. The first one under special education services and supports, they need to identify an administrator or an administrative team and ensure that the leadership, that administrator or the team, has the expertise and authority to perform the assigned duties, which include compliance with IDEA Part C and Part B, and federal and state requirements for general education program and services, as well as general supervision. The agency needs to implement an effective system of communication and feedback loops to ensure that responsibilities in the area of general supervision and special education have been addressed, and then communicate the role expectations in special education with internal and external personnel. Next, in regard to the Lakes Partnership School, we're recommending they look at the structure of the school and required to clarify the purpose of Lakes Partnership School. They're required to appoint a qualified team to oversee the placement process of students and ensure scheduled, frequent reviews of existing student placements. A written agreement should include clear expectations for district involvement, conditions for reintegration, and a timeline for review upon student placement into the program. They need to appoint a qualified administrative designee who can serve the necessary functions for IEP team meetings and communicate who that is to staff members. In addition, they are required to design a professional learning calendar and a professional learning plan for staff members who serve at the Lakes Partnership School. Lastly, under special education, the agency is required to provide child find training for staff members who complete evaluations for preschool age children. The training needs to include content on placement decisions, emphasizing the fact that determination is being made for special education eligibility and not for preschool or a specific placement or location. Next, in the area of compliance, the agency is required to submit a corrective action plan for Part C. And since we actually made our original visit, that plan has been submitted. In the area of program evaluation, the agency is required to formalize processes for program evaluation and create an agency-specific continuous improvement plan, which aligns to the State Board of Education goals. The plan should be created by a representative leadership team, and that process should be facilitated by outside experts assigned by the department. Betsy.
To ensure that we have enough time for a discussion, I'm going to actually skip over the recommended continuous improvement actions and actually move to strengths. So 2 areas that we would like to highlight as strengths for Prairie Lakes. The first is under school community planning. And the team wanted to highlight that there were coordinated planning efforts between the AEA and community programs to serve families and children birth to age 5, including established partnerships with Head Start programs. And so through the document review and interviews, the team really found a nice interagency agreement between the AEA Early Access and Early Childhood Special Education and Head Starts to really support that child find process, including family involvement as well as service coordination. The second area that we would like to highlight as a strength for Prairie Lakes is under technology planning services. The AEA has a high number of IEPs with assistive technology or accessible educational materials as a service. And they also have a very extensive assistive technology and occupational therapy and physical therapy library. One of the data points that we reviewed as a state across all of the AEAs was how many IEPs had assistive technology as an identified service. Prairie Lakes by far was the highest. And so we really want to highlight that Prairie Lakes has a very strong support for districts in understanding what assistive technology is, when to add that to the IEP as a service or support, and then supporting the need in actually implementing that. So it is recommended that the State Board of Education grant conditional accreditation for 1 year to Prairie Lakes AEA through the next review period with the required improvement actions completed. Prairie Lakes AEA will include confirmation of the implementation of all required improvement actions and its work towards recommended improvement actions in quarterly updates to the State Board of Education beginning at its October 2025 meeting. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Dan, Chief Administrator of Prairie Lakes AEA, and you can introduce your Zoom participants.
Thank you again. Dan Marr, Chief Administrator of Prairie Lakes. This is my second year, just finishing that. On Zoom, we have Chris Ahrens and Tabitha DeMay. I'll let those 2 introduce themselves and how long they've been in the agency.
I'm Chris Ahrens, the Administrator of Student and Family Services, and I have been with the agency. This will be my 20th year.
Hi, my name is Tabitha DeMay. I am the Ed and Media Services Facilitator for Prairie Lakes. I have been in this role, so this is starting my 3rd year. I've been with the agency for 11.
Ben? Okay. All right. So first of all, as a new administrator, it's always helpful to have outside eyes. And so I appreciated the accreditation team and the recommendations and their insight. Again, outside eyes are always good. So we'll take a look at, go through these. I want to go through the required actions where we've started. Some of the things were in place prior to the accreditation visit already. So I'll just highlight those and then see what questions we have from there. So Chris, do you want to talk about the first identified required action?
Yes, the first one was around identifying a an individual administrator or team to support special education. Oversimplifying it, of course, but that's what that was around. So what we had done, and as Dan had mentioned, we had begun doing prior to even the site visit, knowing that it was one of our gaps, we've refocused our efforts around the 5 duties around general supervision: prevent, inform, detect, inspect, and correct. And so internally, as an admin team, we've kind of restructured and modified our structure for leadership, and we have our admin meetings versus our regional administrator special ed meetings, in which we do more learning. This upcoming year is going to be with emphasis around early access, because that was one of our compliance issues. That will help support, prevent, and inform. We're doing data reviews monthly, like looking at our own staff's progress monitoring, timelines, shortened days, those sorts of things around detect and inspect. We've restructured our department meetings to try to shore up communication internally. All related service providers will participate in department meetings on the same days in the same location. So if we need to pull them together to talk about a common topic that's pressing in the field, we can do that, as well as train them on topics such as early access. Our rep folks, core teams that support districts, will continue to meet twice a month to collaborate around district issues and needs. And then we also have a structure in place for supervisor follow-up with any of the things that we notice in terms of correct, whether that comes out of the timelines and progress monitoring or something else. Externally, in June, we provided a general supervision workshop in conjunction with the Department of Ed around prevent and inform, which is part of prevent and inform. It was attended by 49 LEA leaders, which was a tremendous participation. We have not had that level of participation in the past. And then going forward, we have our principal network set up for next year, and a piece of those each time will focus on general supervision duties and ensuring that that leaders in districts supervising teachers know the things that they should be supporting and watching. We also have reinstituted a special education leadership network. There's an advisory committee, and those meetings will be held the 3rd Wednesday of the month. And one of the topics will be a follow-up from the preceding month's Department of Ed policy and practice webinar. So we'll process that and talk about what that means for implementation in districts, as well as discuss topics in districts and provide opportunity for networking. So that's a quick summary of our actions towards the first goal, or the first required action.
I'll just reiterate what was kind of chopping with Chris there, is that this summer we held a professional learning session for administrators on the general practices and supervision that the DE had done the webinars. We had a full day. We had 49 administrators attend that day in June. I'm going to jump down to the second one, the Lakes Partnership School. So my first year as chief, as I was meeting with districts and those that had placed students here, there was a concern about that, again, what I identified as the transition in and then the transition out. The length of time and the process it took to get into the Lakes Partnership School, and then the length of time it took to get those kiddos back into their resident district were two things that were identified during that. So I started the second year digging in more. I surveyed more people. I surveyed superintendents, principals, our staff. What do we need to improve on? So there were 3 things that came out of that, which this report reassures. One, we need a little more administrative oversight in there on that position. So we have already assigned one of our RAs to be more in charge, or in charge of the Lakes Partnership School, overseeing those processes, making sure we're meeting the special ed procedures and processes in there. So that will be her duty to oversee and work with the lead teacher who oversees the program there. So we have that in place. That will begin next year with one of our regionals. The question that I will be looking at is, do we need to go beyond that and actually have an full-time administrator in there? And then that's a whole new ballgame, because then we have to go to the SBRC to get approval to pay for that out of special ed funds. So one step at a time before we get to the SBRC to see what we really need in there. So again, the 2 things we will really emphasize is the process of of being placed at the Lakes Partnership School, and then also the transition back and really working with districts during that process, because it's very easy to say, sorry, we've put that associate somewhere else. We don't have an associate with that kid. Can you keep them longer? So we've really got to work on that partnership between the LEA and the AEA on transitioning kiddos back to their districts. That shouldn't be a permanent placement at LPS. So those are the three things that we have identified. And again, the report supports that as well. So again, starting in the fall, we will look at that. We also will even look at the consortium as a whole from the legal standpoint of it. What do we need to do for the legal document to make sure that the program's been in place for 10 years, so it's time. I mean, when it was developed for a very specific need. Was not there when I was superintendent of that agency, about the time you went there, Todd, and that agency did it start maybe. Yeah, so it's time. It needs a good review. It definitely, it has its place, but also we need to make sure it doesn't become, I don't want to deal with a student. Let's put them over here of how do we work with districts to be able to support the kiddo in-house before we head to LPS. I could put me there. Yep, and again, the RA and I have already talked about the PD calendar, so that's already underway too, as in that part. All right, Christy, you want to talk about the third one?
Yeah, sorry about that. The next required action was around child find. And so there is statewide child find training that's coming out this fall. All the regional administrators and myself will attend that statewide training, and then process that, think about what that means for rollout in terms of what staff need immediately and what can be done in the future to shore up child find practices across the agency. I think it's always good to revisit that. With regard to the birth or the 3 to 5 preschool evaluations, we will provide some additional specialized training for the early childhood special education staff. I plan to connect with Kimberly and Dee to make sure we check that box. I apologize, my internet is not stable. I am in the office and here I am. So that's our both of those items are with regard to prevent and inform, and should help with our role in that. And the third item that I'm going to talk about is the compliance Angelisa mentioned, that we had an early access corrective action plan. And I've worked with the department several times to ensure that we understand both the process and the documentation that's required and achieved as part of our corrective action. I think we have it figured out. I think it also did uncover some things that maybe helped support some processes statewide. Some follow-up Zooms occurred for statewide participation after we had some of those discussions. So I think it was beneficial, not only to our agency, but perhaps to some others. And we also, coming out of that, have put into place a system to monitor all IFSP timelines and referrals and check on all of there are so many very specific benchmarks that are checkpoints that need to be met along the way in a child's birth to 3 services. And so we have a process to monitor that. And then monthly, we're also meeting with each of the early access teams to make sure that we're on target for all of those dates and have a plan for how we're going to meet with families to make sure things are done in a timely manner and done correctly.
And the last one is program evaluation. Again, the last sentence there is facilitated by outside experts assigned by the department. So I have contacted the department. They said they would be back in touch with me after this meeting to start that process. So we're getting that rolling as well. One thing I want to make sure I emphasize is throughout all of these, our RSED assigned by the Department of Ed has been critical, as a critical partner to our success in all these. She helps, she's a partner with all of our think processes. If she doesn't know the answer, then she goes to Angelisa. She helps out. So one example was even Lakes Partnership, because we weren't even sure as an agency whether we should continue or could continue that. We asked one of our districts to take it, actually asked quite a few to take it. They all said no. No one wants to take on the program, so very much want the AA to continue. So how do we make sure it's just not a viable program, but also a model program? So that's our ultimate goal, is that we can do some additional training with districts. How do we even work with their associates, bring their associates in? Here's how we work with this kiddo in this situation. So when they go back to that resident district, they're successful. They don't, get into the bad routine that they might have been in before. Questions? Yeah, Todd.
Just because I'm familiar with the LPS piece. So with the regional administrator being assigned, will they work with LEA's leadership on developing like an intake or matrix on the intake process? I think one of the biggest confusing things was how this thing was financed as well.
And the finance part is with the Spencer School District, you know, the agency supplies the staff. So what I've found, Todd, your interesting point in there is there's a matrix inconsistently applied. So we're using the RA to make sure that there is consistency. Yep.
And then just ongoing assessing of the process.
Yes.
I know there was 4 districts, of which Okoboji wanted to start our own behavior center and use 90% of the money, like 49% of the 90% to start our own. So I know that's still a buzz up there, so I live up there, so. I just want to make sure it's, I was a part of it and I still hear about it and I want it to be successful.
Yep, there's a definite need.
There's a need. The other need was my 3rd year there, they got rid of the high school portion. I know they liked it. I don't know how I think you got to get it corrected before you bring that high school piece back, but I know there's more at the high school level than anticipated over the years too, so. But we sure on the right track getting it.
Looking at your progress on your goals, sounds like you're doing a number of things. Do you have any hard data as far as what you collect about even goal 1, that's safe, supportive, and collaborative environment? You have data from the schools that.
So the only data I had at this time was the participation CPI program that we did as far as providing safe supportive support for their districts. I can get more and whatever. I just didn't have time to put a lot together right before this meeting, but.
I don't need, I was just making an observation. It's more of a narrative of what you're doing, which is good. I appreciate that narrative. I appreciate as well as far as what is the impact as far as what you're seeing at the school district level or our schools reporting that their kids feel safe and secure and et cetera. And how is that moving up and down or increasing?
One of the big things that's probably not in here, you know, if you look at the last paragraph hints at it, but when you lose that number of employees and then employees are taking on additional work, we got to make sure they're okay. And can they handle that additional work? If I were to have one plea, and I think I said this in March, but my number 1 request from districts is special ed teachers. Well, I was tough. And they turned the AA and then you look at our numbers and we're way down and they're down. I would love to see the governor do like she did with the doctors. How can we're getting doctors in rural Iowa? How do we get special ed teachers in rural Iowa? Not just free and reduced schools, but rural Iowa, and have a focus on that.
That was my question, I guess, is how many, I was just doing the math in that last paragraph and how many actual openings or vacancies you have right now?
So right now we're over 20 when I looked yesterday. Now, again, we look at some of those numbers are a little bit deceiving. Some of those are the non-bar. It could be a secretarial help. It could be an associate somewhere. So not all of those were direct. Some of those were also office personnel that left as well or retired. Yeah.
And I was just curious if those vacancies were impacting some of the retired.
Yeah. So, you know, our staff have had to take on some additional roles to do the work, and or we have reached out to neighboring AAs to help if we couldn't provide the service.
Are you seeing any school districts in your either AAA or in northern Iowa that are moving from one AAA to another?
So we have 4 that will be going to Harland. And I think that was, yeah.
Anybody coming in at all?
No. One of the things on goal 2 to highlight, and Chris did the job with one of the things that we heard during admin meetings was probably the number of conditionally licensed or brand new special ed teachers and the assistance they needed. So we really, thought about that hard as a team. What can we do? And we worked with Molly, our SED, saying, our districts need help. Our special ed teachers need help. So I think I talked about this in March, how we had a great participation rate of those teachers and coaches in high leverage practices to help improve their craft. We had quite a few, 33 or 49 registrations, 33 active participants. Again, we didn't open it up to everybody. We only opened it up to a select group that we knew and that their administrators supported. So we were really pleased with that number. We were hoping we might get 20 and we got way more than 20. So that it just shows there's a need. So if there's a shortage area, we know districts are doing whatever they can to fill that position. Sometimes, coercing someone who might have a special ed endorsement but hasn't taught for 15 years, would you consider? So we just know there's a lot of help out there in that regard. So, and then I think the other part of the need was when we had 49 building administrators show up in June, wanting to make sure that they understood that general supervision of special education procedures. That was very telling.
Any further comments or questions for Prairie Lakes?
This isn't for Prairie Lakes, but Director Snow, can you help me understand the difference between approving a recommendation through the next review meeting to be determined versus approving accreditation for 1 year?
Additional accreditation will be for 1 year. So the full accreditation process, not an additional accreditation process, to be implemented again next year.
Okay. That's why it's 1 year.
Correct.
Other questions or comments?
When's the 1 year?
From the date of this board meeting.
Okay. So with the motion, would it be appropriate to say it's that we accept the recommendation to grant conditional accreditation for 1 year from now with the required improvement actions completed? Would that be appropriate as opposed to the meeting to be determined, the next review period? What if that's not in a year? That's all I was trying to understand. It kind of says we're going to credit for 1 year.
Right.
Through the next review period. I mean, that almost means the review period has to be done by 1 year.
So that could say,
We just drop the next review period and say 1 year.
you could move through the next review period and instead say until the state board's July 2026 meeting.
Okay, so get rid of the 1 year and just have it be more of a formula like that.
That it's the July meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Because Jeremy, can you find the July 2026 meeting date?
We probably have the schedule, so. July 16th.
Thank you.
This yours, is that?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's today.
The same date? No, I think it's July 16th, Thursday, July 16th.
Well, that makes sense because they,
Oh, questioning me. Oh.
not about this.
We have other questions. All right, so the recommendation is to grant conditional accreditation to Prairie Lakes through July 16th of 2026 with the required improvement actions completed. Some language as far as the quarterly updates, that's found. Those quarterly updates beginning in October 2025.
So moved.
Second.
By Brian, second by Mary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All the same sign. Motion carried. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
We are going to break for lunch. Be back at 12:35. Keystone. Keystone, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Being here.
Thanks for having us.
All right. So here we have Keystone AEA. They have 212 staff members serving 21 public schools and 25 accredited non-public schools. And in the agency, they have 2 level 3 IDADA districts and 9 level 2 districts. And their center of excellence is around early access. The agency has 2 required improvement actions. In professional development, they're required to clarify SDI practice and systems coaching. We've talked about this previously with another AEA. When we talked to staff just really had a hard time differentiating SDI coaching from their regular daily work. And because we want that to be a specific activity related to IDA differentiated accountability and SDI, just making sure they know when they're actually providing that coaching. And then the other is around curriculum instruction and assessment. And here, when staff talked about completing Child Find for preschool age students, they really only talked about using a agency-created questionnaire. So the required action is to identify and make available to staff additional evidence-based screening or assessment tools that might be used as part of Child Find. And Betsy?
Okay. I'm going to highlight 3 areas for recommended continuous improvement actions. Under curriculum instruction and assessment, there is an item around collecting and analyzing CSA and FIT data and to use it to plan agency professional learning and support that SDI. Just real quick, CSA and FIT, those are 2 self-assessment tools we use with teachers and also with coaches to measure their implementation of the SDI framework. The second highlighted area for recommended continuous improvement is under technology planning services. And so this highlighted continuous improvement action is around reinforcing the messaging around assistive technology and AIM as part of FAPE and strengthen systems for documentation. So again, one that we have mentioned previously, just a deeper understanding that districts need around those AT decisions and also supporting AEA staff in that as well. And then the third one I would like to highlight is under program evaluation, ensuring the agency professional development plan includes evaluation of the impact of professional learning on teachers and on student achievement or desired student outcomes. 3 highlighted areas of strengths that I would like to talk about under professional development. I want to highlight that the AEA met with every district and non-public school to plan professional development, and they used data to identify those gaps and align those evidence-based starting packages. So they have an intentional protocol that they are using with every district and non-pub. The second highlighted area of strength is under curriculum, instruction, and assessment. And this is the early access and early childhood staff have received extensive training on ECHO, which is our early childhood outcomes. And that has really improved the reliability of their ratings. And we also heard from staff that has increased the embeddedness of those early childhood outcomes in their work with families. And so this aligns also nicely with them as a center of excellence for early access. And then the third one is under compliance. A strength is that the AEA is sharing special education policy information multiple ways. So they have a dedicated webpage, they have a monthly newsletter, and they do regular updates to all their staff and during new staff training to really ensure that staff understand procedures, updates on policies, and other compliance related things that they need to know.
So it's recommended that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Keystone AEA through the next review period with the required improvement actions being completed. Keystone AEA will include confirmation of the implementation of required improvement actions and any of its work towards recommended improvement actions in its budget review for approval by the State Board of Education in March 2026. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the chief to introduce your speakers and provide your updates.
All right. I'm Stan Reingans. I'm the chief administrator at Keystone and half-time chief administrator at Central Rivers. And I have Annette and Tisha with me. I'll ask them to introduce themselves and give their background. We've been asked to keep our comments to about 6 minutes. So one of Tisha's jobs is to kick me under the table if I start to ramble, as I can do so. Annette?
Yeah, I'm Annette Hyde, and I am the Administrator of Special Education Services at Keystone, and also the Executive Director of Special Ed at Central Rivers. I have a split role also.
Hi, I'm Tisha Mosier Zimmerman. Aside from the task of keeping Stan within certain parameters, I also serve as the Director of Educational Services at Keystone AEA. And then at Central Rivers AEA, I serve as the Executive Director of Educational Services.
Okay, I'm going to hand around some one pagers. We cheated a little bit, used the back as well. So maybe it's a 1.5 pager, but it talks about our agency goals at Keystone. And then you'll notice in red some data points that we have pulled when we received the finalized report from the Department of Education. So I won't go through that at great depth, but certainly know that if there's a need or an opportunity for questions later, happy to answer those questions. Rather talk a little bit more about process. So our board was engaged in a process of developing a strategic plan with House File 2612. We sort of tweaked that timeline. These goals are fairly well aligned to your goals, State Board of Education, but we will spend significant time this fall making sure that they're tightly aligned with both our state AEA plan and the state board goals, just making sure that alignment is in place. But you'll notice some of the red highlights are probably a key, crisis response teams, 7 times. So maybe it doesn't seem like much, but for the districts, when they need that service, they need that service immediately. Some of the other benchmarks there that we try to track and will become more sophisticated and data driven as we land on our key performance indicators. The way I like to do strategic planning, I've done it this way for a long time. We've got our goals, we've got our key performance indicators, and then staff in conjunction with the board will create yearly priority initiatives that live underneath those key performance indicators. That we can report to the board and other stakeholders, what did we do this year to make the agency take one step towards that 5-year plan goal so that we keep our plan active and vibrant and in front of everybody. Every employee should be able to find their work within those priority initiatives and therefore then support the strategic plan goal, which then of course supports your goal here at the State Board of Education. So that's really all I'll say in regards to that. Obviously pending questions, I'd rather spend more time on our required action steps and our Centers for Excellence. So one of our key action steps is our required action plan. Clarify SDI practice and system coaching requirements for staff and articulate the coaching activities staff are expected to complete in each SDI content strand, differentiating it from daily work in schools, which is what Angelisa had mentioned. So summary statement, Keystone has consistently provided the required professional learning and practices coaching for level 2 and level 3 IDEA DA designated districts during the 24-25. The regional special education director from the Department of Education became involved and transitioned into the role of systems coach for these districts. This change caused some confusion for our staff and clarification is definitely needed. Keystone will develop guidance for our staff outlining the expectation for practices, coaching, systems coaching, as well as providing for more clarity in the activities included in practices coaching. This will be developed by August 15th of 2025, communicated to our staff and LEA partners by September 15th. So this isn't a goal that will take us until March. Certainly not our intention. We know it's a good recommendation and something that needs to be accomplished sooner as opposed to later, especially with staff onboarding. So we will accomplish this much in advance of the March 6th budgetary meeting. We do have action steps outlined. I won't go through all of those action steps, but I'd certainly jump in here. But so the things that are in progress right now, develop a document that clearly outlines the role of responsible practice coaching, system coaches, and regular consultation supports. In process right now, also identifying the practices, coaches, and clarifying expectations, including coaching activities for all 12 of the for all teams in L2 and L3 designated districts aligned with other AEAs for statewide consistency. And then there are other steps that will take place in August and September. Again, we have a newly hired RSCD that we'll work closely with as he comes on board. I believe we meet next week. He'll be in Thursday next week, next Thursday. And so we'll work closely with him. We have many other steps. I'm happy to continue down that path. We will communicate SDI coaching in August and September.
Both the AEA staff and the
Yes,
LEA
thank
staff.
you.
So everybody knows both of those. And then we know that in November, we'll have new designations for IDEA, DA. And so that'll just give us an opportunity to take what we put together this fall and fold that into the future plans for the newly designated schools. This will be an action step that'll just provide the clarity we need to get through this last piece of the designations this year.
And then internalize that practice as staff change, designation change. And so make sure we don't miss that step in out years as well. Questions about that? Okay, I'll move on to our required action, curriculum, instruction, and assessment. Identify and make available to staff evidence-based screening tools that could be used as part of child find process for preschool age children. Our summary statement, Keystone will audit our current preschool child find process and procedures to determine the gaps and learning needs, as well as evidence-based screening tools necessary to support this work. Our leadership team will ensure staff are trained, supported through implementation with coaching, and will secure any needed resources. Training and resources procedures will happen by December of 2025. Again, our goal is not to wait until coming back to the board meeting, but we'd like to have both of these things corrected and implemented well in advance because we know it's best for kids, and that's why we're all here. Again, timeline on the sheet, gather information currently in progress, gather information from our other AEAs regarding evidence-based screening tools currently in place to ensure statewide consistency. Next steps will be to gather information from AEA staff regarding the gaps that require evidence-based screening tools, followed by Keystone leadership team will audit child find practices in preschool to identify needed professional development for staff. That'll be in August and September. In October, we'll develop a professional development plan to train staff and the use of evidence-based screening tools to ensure use aligns with appropriate child find practices and ensure statewide consistency. November, purchase evidence-based screening tools to determine as determined appropriate. In December, provide professional development to staff. January, February, March, provide ongoing coaching and implementation support for child find in preschool. So kind of a timeline, I guess, to show evidence that we took the recommendation or the requirement seriously. We have an aggressive plan and we work through that with, however, that will be designated by the DE, potentially the RSCD, or however that will work. So again, no intention to wait until the March board meeting, but there'll be clear evidence of that at that budgetary hearing on March 6th. Any questions about that plan? Okay, we'll transition to our centers of excellence. We are fortunate, beyond fortunate, to have one of the preeminent experts in the state in Annette, truly, leading that effort, not only for Keystone and Central Rivers, but for a statewide center of excellence. So.
Thank you for the kind words. I am really excited. This is my roots. My background was in early access and early childhood. And so to get to help support this work just is a great passion for me. As you know, the guiding principles behind the Center of Excellence is really to create statewide consistency and create some levels of implementation support that lead to improved outcomes for students. And in early access, the primary data point that we have available are those early childhood outcomes that Betsy talked about, that we've spent a lot of energy at Keystone really working to figure out how do we help staff understand what that means and how to gather that information so that it's reliable and valid for our students. And so that'll be the data that we use throughout our our work in the Center of Excellence to try to show that we've moved the needle on student outcomes. As far as where we're starting, this is a unique, I feel like, center because the department has a very large role in early access. And so this is very much going to be a collaborative effort between the Bureau of Early Childhood and the Center of Excellence at Keystone and Central Rivers. So I've already met with Kimberly Velati and Dee Waddell several times. And we've identified 3 key actions of where we want to start. The first one is really looking at the infrastructure for communication and partnership between the department and the AEAs. We have some already established committees and networks that happen, and we're going to really audit those and make sure we have the right people involved in the right decision-making along the way. The second one is to kind of reaffirm our commitment to family-guided routines-based intervention, which is the vehicle we use to provide the support in early access, which is, I should have backed up and said, that is our intervention for our youngest learners. So birth to 3 littles, we serve through early access. And so family-guided routines-based intervention is something our state has put about 10 years worth of time, energy, and resources into. And we are certainly still committed to that. And so we're going to really recommit to that and look at what are the unified commitments across. And we're well on our way on that. And then the third one is the next step in that process is digging into evidence-based interventions aligned to quality assessment. And so that's the conversation that Kimberly and Dee and I have been having for the last couple months is what does that look like? What do we want that learning to look like? And we'll be laying out a pretty robust professional learning plan for this year. And we feel like if we could get those 3 things done in year 1, we would be sitting in a really good spot to move forward. So our implementation plan has lots and lots of steps that's going to take us several years to get there, but this will be a really big chunk. And if we can really get this moving. So that's where we're at right now.
Like a good plan.
Yeah, thank you. I'm pretty excited about it.
I have a question, and forgive me for asking this because I know we've talked about this, but and this might be more for Director Snow. The Centers of Excellence. Can you explain what? Because I mean, it's every AEA has a different. So is this going to be something that's like every AEA is working on something different, and then it's just kind of a model for statewide? Is it like a pilot in every AEA? So I feel like we've discussed this before, so I apologize, but my mind is like a sieve, so I can't remember.
I think it's our hope to build consistency, or not our hope, but our plan to build consistency across the state in these key areas. I think that was a concern that was raised year and a half ago during the legislative session by legislators and others, that there's not necessarily consistency in some of these activities from AEA to AEA. As a former superintendent and other former superintendents, you when you move from AEA to AEA, things aren't always exactly, you have to learn a new system. And I think this is one way we'll assure consistency and access for students primarily, but staff and districts as well.
So I can give you an example of what we're trying to do in early access. So we have established a stakeholder group of key leaders across the AEAs that I'm working with to kind of vet through the ideas that Dee and Kimberly and I have been working on. But my team at Keystone and Central Rivers, what I see us as is the implementation support. So we'll build the plan, we'll make sure everybody gets the learning. But what often happens after we do the learning is everybody kind of personalizes it to their context, and it makes it hard to create that consistency. And so I plan to have our implementation support group be able to work with each of those AEAs to support their implementation so that we keep it as consistent as possible. So we aren't necessarily the providers of everything, but we would have that layer of implementation support that hopefully will help us create more consistency across each AEA.
And then each AEA will do that for their
area. So I won't have to have the expertise in assistive technology implementation support. They will provide that for us. I'll still have to have people who do the work, but they'll be supported through the center.
Okay.
And then those are great explanations, just a little additional context is that the Center of Excellence concept was a priority of legislators and is, as indicated, intended to ensure consistently high quality practices and services and supports. And it's modeled after a national model that OSERS, the Office of Special Education Rehabilitative Services at the U.S. Department of Education, utilizes with centers of excellence across the nation. And then obviously early access you've seen throughout the prior discussions is an area of priority for alignment to compliance and best practice. Thank you. Thank you for that
I
explanation.
know that Central Rivers is obviously working on early access as well. Are there other AAs identifies early access?
I don't believe anybody else had those as required actions.
Yeah, the process was really in collaboration with the DE and the director to sort of identify what are 8 or 9 things in each AEA based on their expertise, divided up those centers for excellence. Because we're at both AEAs, so it will be led by 2A. It will impact all of the other 7 AEAs as well. Right.
Other questions? Entertain a recommendation.
I would move that we recommend, or I move continued accreditation. I was reading off the sheet for Keystone AEA through the next review period. Now I'm trying to remember.
July 16, whatever, 2026.
Are we saying that?
Well, we're just saying.
Oh, we're not.
For this one. For the next review period with the required improvement actions contained. Could we have made that any more complicated?
I know, right?
I knew what you were saying.
And it will include confirmation of the implementation of all required improvement actions and its work towards recommended improvement actions in its budget reviewed for approval by the state board in March of 2026.
You still second that?
I do.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It's carried. Congratulations. You girls want to switch seats? Or you?
We can go out and come back in.
All right, so now for Central Rivers AEA, welcome back. They have about 500 staff members serving 53 public schools and 27 accredited non-public schools. And in Central Rivers, they have 6 level 3 and 6 level 2 IDA differentiated accountability districts, and also working on the same center of excellence since they're tied together with focusing on early access. So in special education, they have 2 required actions which are very connected to each other. They're both about Child Find. The first is to provide professional learning and implementation support on Child Find to address consistency in practice. And the second is to ensure consistent implementation of Child Find and consultative services across all districts, regardless of the size of the district. And then in the area of program evaluation, the required action is to develop a current AEA comprehensive improvement plan, which the day the team was there, they were actually starting on the very next day. So they already had a plan to do that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Betsy to cover some recommendations.
Okay, under the area of professional development, one of our recommended continuous improvement actions is to develop a more robust internal professional learning plan for internal agency staff, specifically for year 3 and beyond. They have a very clear and supported plan for new staff in year 1 and 2. So this is just to look beyond that, as well as some specific professional learning that is discipline specific. So thinking about speech and language, teachers of the deaf and hard of hearing, and so forth. The second highlighted area of recommended continuous improvement is under technology planning services. And so this recommendation is to implement processes and strategies to increase awareness, consideration, and use of assistive technology and accessible educational materials. So again, this is becoming a statewide theme that we're noticing and will definitely support as a state. But this was to really look at some intentional professional development to support those 2 areas. And then the third one is under compliance. And that recommendation is to review and refine their current general supervision procedures within the AEA and ensure consistent application. So that's just to make sure that they are identifying and correcting early any issues of noncompliance. For strengths, under curriculum instruction and assessment, one strength we want to highlight is the staff supporting districts in their curriculum adoption processes and also professional learning, coaching, and implementation to support multiple content areas and with a focus on those high-quality instruction materials. So they leverage their curriculum instruction assessment networks that they have with districts to share that expertise and really focus on the implementation of those materials. The second strength we would like to highlight is under special education services supports. And the agency is intentional in having all new staff receive specially designed instruction foundations and framework training and making that a focus for their agency. And then the third strength to highlight is under technology planning services and their use of learning boards that are throughout the agency as an immediate resource for core team members.
So the accreditation team is recommending that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Central Rivers AEA through the next review period with the required improvement actions completed. Central Rivers AEA will include confirmation of the implementation of all required improvement actions and its work towards recommended improvement actions in its budget reviewed for approval by the State Board of Education in March 2026. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Stan.
Okay, we'll forego introductions. Same people, different location. So just to clarify, these look very similar. So Central Rivers has the green. So if you're following along with the goals, the one with the blue and the green on the top is Central Rivers. Very similar process. You'll see the Central Rivers AEA's comprehensive improvement plan follows a structured process that includes needs assessment, data analysis, goal setting, service development, and progress reporting to ensure alignment with state priorities. The agency's schools directly support all 5 of the Iowa State Board of Education goals, ensuring a coordinated effort to improve student outcomes, educator effectiveness, and post-secondary readiness. When I get to one of our areas of required action, we'll talk about the strategic planning process, where we're at in that, and what that will look like between now and March 6th of 2026. In our first, again, you'll notice in the goal area, there are some orange highlighted areas. Again, those are just some things that we pulled out in the time since we've had the finalized reports. If there are questions with that, I can certainly respond to those questions. If not, just so that you have those in front of you as data points. And as we do strategic planning, there'll be more sophisticated data points around student achievement. Again, that's the business that we're all in. And so trying to choose those data points, and especially ones that are timely, will be part of our process.
I might just expand on that. Specifically, if you were to look at the letters mentions within early childhood letters, and then our letters for within volume 1 and 2, it gets at the science of reading. We've been doing providing a lot of professional development. So we know that the learning is occurring. The next step will be to continue to provide ongoing coaching for implementation. So that will be part of teasing out some data that is much deeper and focused on student outcomes and implementation.
You gotta survey the teachers after they've had the training as far as how they felt about it.
Yeah, we do have some perspective data. I think what we're most excited to get to is that student level. It's intense, but we're having a lot of great feedback around the coaching that's paired with the learning, so that they can not only take in the information, but then they're able to think about their own classroom and the high quality instruction materials that they're using and match that. Otherwise, sometimes the learning can be meaningless if they're not making those connections to their classroom.
Yeah, you're gonna collect data about that too.
We do have perspective. Yeah, we do have some of that started. I think we need to go deeper with the student learning aspect.
And it's important for us as we move into a new environment where it's kind of a fee for service, we have that data to share with districts so that they will want to engage with service. And so that's kind of a general statement that it's important. It's always been important for us to collect that, but it'd be more important for us to share with districts as they make their decisions about how to utilize the dollars that now flow through to them.
What's the crisis team respond to 30 different crisis events throughout the year? Like crisis events, I guess.
Yeah, some of them varied from car accidents.
Student deaths.
Yep, death by suicide. Sometimes it could be a staff member within the school. So it was a mix of different events within those 30 different crisis events. When you think about the response and the staff that took, it was roughly 60 days of support across those 30 incidents.
Would any kind of like, I'm assuming like if there was like a flood or anything like that, or tornado or something like that, would that be a crisis event as well? Or would that be different?
Yeah, we would certainly reach out to the district and sort of figure out, okay, if it's a tornado, how impactful was it to the school district? Do you need support for students as far as from a mental health support, or are there physical things that can? So it really, we would tailor that based on our conversation with the superintendent and that team. Some larger districts, like Dubuque maybe has some internal capacity, smaller districts might not. So we always start with a phone call and see how can we help. And so it might fit within that or might.
Okay.
Vice President Siotis, one thing that we have prioritized is ensuring that those crisis response services are coordinated with those provided by DPS, by HHS, and by the Department of Education as well.
Yeah, usually in those, it's coordinated effort and time is of the essence. And so it's, I hate to see 30, but I'm glad that we're there to help 30 times. If any other questions about that sheet, we'll move on to our required actions. So required action plan, special education services and support. First of all, provide professional learning and implementation support on Child Find to address consistencies in practice. Again, back to the theme of consistency. And secondly, to ensure consistent Child Find and consultative services are delivered across all districts regardless of size. And again, local expertise matters, and size of the district therefore has an impact. Summary statement, Central Rivers AEA Special Education Leadership Team has reviewed our Child Find data, established priorities, and is working on a professional development plan to ensure Child Find training for all staff. We've established FTE for discipline leads in supporting mentoring, coaching, and implementation, support starting in the 25-26 school year. All AEAs have committed to statewide Child Find training package for the new staff in August. Training for all staff will occur by November 15th, 2025, with ongoing support plan throughout the school year. In addition, Central Rivers Special Education Leadership Team is developing a more robust general supervision plan to ensure consistent and equitable implementation of our Child Find responsibilities. So in May of this past year, Central Rivers committed FTE for special education discipline leads. These positions will be involved in leadership and decision-making. In June, July. So currently, Central Rivers Special Leadership Team reviewed Child Find data to establish areas for improvement. The agency professional development plan is being developed to ensure adequate time for training, coaching, and implementation support. So again, underway as we speak. In August and September, all new Central Rivers Special Education staff, discipline leads, and regional administrators will attend Child Find training on August 13th, 14th, October 3rd, and January 30th. Discipline leads serve as mentors to new staff and will support implementation. All special education staff will participate in Child Find training. Special Ed Leadership Team will review Child Find data from 24-25 to determine any equity concerns. Special Leadership Team will establish a system for general supervision for our Child Find activities in partnership with other AEAs to increase statewide consistency. Information from LEA administrative teams regarding the requirement to provide learning for Child Find to districts. So that's August, September. November, all staff will have attended training on Child Find practices by November 15th. LEA Child Find training plan being developed. December and January, LEA Child Find training will be implemented. And then ongoing actions, discipline leads will provide coaching and implementation support. Follow-up PD will provide to all staff throughout the school year, and Special Leadership Team will analyze Child Find data periodically as part of the general supervision plan throughout the year to identify progress areas and continue and monitor implementation fidelity. So my point there, I guess, as much as anything, didn't expect you to remember all of those bullets, but to see an aggressive plan to remediate in the areas of required action to make sure that we have a plan that is not back end loaded, that so I can come in and just March 6th and say we did all these things. And in reality, we would have done them the day before. We want to start the year with that because we know it's what's best for kids, which is what leads all of our decisions. And it also happens to support our staff and the local education, the school district staff in these activities. Anything I missed?
The only thing I would add is we started as soon as our visit was over, working with Amy Starr, our SED. She's been in all of the meetings that we've had to really kind of lay out this plan and ensure that we were addressing the concerns. We had a lot of staff turnover, so that's a piece of it that we still have some inconsistencies in practice that we need to address. It was on our radar, but now we have just another reason to beef up our plan and we'll be in good shape.
Tell Amy hello from me.
I will.
So in the area of continuous improvement or strategic planning, sorry, were there questions about that?
No.
Okay. I jump into this. So as Angelisa mentioned, it was truly to start shortly after the site visit. Part of the delay, so we had a plan that actually sunsetted in June of this year. So it was written in 2020 through June of 2025. Work on the plan beyond that, quite honestly, had stalled slightly because of the shared nature and the interim nature of my role. And wanting to make sure that that plan be developed by leadership in conjunction with their board, because we know that's the connection that needs to happen. The decision was made in March or prior to March with budget concerns to continue the shared role for at least the next year, the 25-26 school year. So we have begun the strategic planning process, which will then lead into our continuous improvement process. So our timeline, and it's a similar timeline, just offset by different years that we used at Keystone. Again, that was developed when I was in Dubuque. So we will, we have a day and a half with leadership admin in next week.
That's next week.
Next week, to come around together around this, to look at vision, mission, and then the goals as they exist. Where is that alignment with the state goals, with the state AEA plan goals? And then we will work with our board to reconfirm or tweak or change those goals as needed. We'll define those outcomes this winter, in the winter of 2025, so before the change of the year. We'll take a half a step back in December, January, as we seat a new board with House File 2612, our board consistency changes so that it'll be 5 members who are elected by local school boards as is the current process, and 4 that are superintendents or their designees from within our footprint. So always important to make sure leadership is on board with your strategic plan. So take just a half a step back, on board the new folks, make sure that questions, tweaks, changes that they might bring to the table are thought through. And then we'll approve that plan, hopefully in February. We'll have a second meeting in February if needed, because we'll want to make sure that we meet the March 6th deadline to do that. Once the plan is developed, then in that spring, we'll begin what we call key actions or priority initiatives. And that's the process by which staff at all levels think through their work and how what they will do differently or need to learn or change to support that plan over the course of the next 12 months. And so we will track those priority initiatives with our board, or our key actions with our board, and report out to them, again, with the intent that that plan not become, as was mentioned, I think by an earlier chief, something that sits on the shelf and it gathers dust, that has repetitive touch points for all of our employees and has an opportunity for us to report to the board. So probably would envision a system that reports to the board 2 to 3 times a year, fall, winter, and spring. And then spring, we would at the board level accept those next priority initiatives or key action steps for the following. Again, a process that will be robust and keep everybody talking regularly about how are we getting better? What are we doing differently? How are we growing from year to year to serve students, staff, districts better? So we'll be able to show you a completed plan at our December 6th, or I'm sorry, March 6th budget meeting. In addition to that, we'll be looking at organizational chart, job descriptions, trying to figure out what is the long-term plan for shared positions or not shared positions, and how does that work in conjunction with the budgetary realities and constraints. So a lot of work to do to revision the future of Central River.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one question not related to what we're considering here, but with the shared administration, are you finding synergies between each of the districts? And is there any potential consideration that you may not need two distinct districts moving forward?
So I think that's the question that needs to be answered by everyone involved, including the boards. I would tell you from my role, quite honestly, geographical spread and number of districts served, I don't have the relationship with superintendents I wish I had, just because of volume. I do also want to make sure the districts feel heard and represented at the board level. So having distinct boards helps that. And so if it gets larger, do we pull further away from, those director districts will grow. So that's the question. It is a lot to maintain two AEAs. But it is, I think there's some advantage to that, to that relationship and the connections, and making sure we're serving districts, large and small, based on their individual needs. So I didn't really answer your question concretely, but that's what we're sort of wrestling with both of our boards at Central Rivers and Keystone.
Just curious how you continue to have two entities while you're still trying to be one management entity. Does that make sense as I say that? So you have two strategic plans, yet you're one management entity.
Yeah. So that was the commitment I made to the board when they asked if we would be shared, is that we would operate them as two entities. And so I do think we're reaching a decision point this fall that either we have reduced administrative staff and have two separate entities, or we continue to share some pieces. So I think that's what we're wrestling with, because it is, when you have two strategic plans and two board meetings and two cabinets, I mean, it is, I wouldn't do it for a second without these two on my left and right. They make the trains run on time, and but it helps. That is the next phase, is to say, is this a permanent change? Is it not a permanent change? We go back to the way we were, but with diminished administrative staff available because of the 30% reduction with driven legislatively. So that's part of our strategic planning process as well.
Thank you.
One question on the recommended actions, going back to early access. One of the recommended actions was identifying root causes of high rates of transition from early access to early childhood special education. And because you're already partway through that implementation planning process, have you identified anything that you can share yet?
But we really have spent a lot of time like what ifing that, I'm going to call it, well, what if it's this and what if it's that? But we aren't quite there yet on really getting to that root cause, but it certainly is on our radar.
Other questions or comments? Hearing none, I would accept the recommendation as presented by the department.
So moved.
Yes, I did.
Moved by Brian, second by Cass. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Congratulations.
All right, thank you all.
For your time.
Good job. Yeah, huge.
We have Harlan next already.
They're right outside if you want to.
you mind sometime in the future giving us a glossary of the terms?
Sure.
There are a lot of acronyms. I know
Yes.
some, I do not know all.
Yes.
So that would be really helpful.
Yep, I'd be happy to do that. Yep. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Yes.
I'll pick this up and then turn it over to you. Okay. All right, so we have Heartland AEA. They have 670 staff members supporting 53 public school districts and 47 accredited non-publics. They have 3 IDADA level 3 districts and 8 level 2 districts. And they actually have 2 centers of excellence. Their first one is around staff recruitment and retention. And then they are partnering with Green Hills AEA to work on assistive technology with them. And currently Heartland has no required action. So I'm going to turn it over to Betsy to talk about some recommended actions and strengths.
Okay, the first one I would like to highlight is under curriculum, instruction, and assessment. One of the recommended continuous improvement actions is to engage in program evaluation internally to ensure that practices, knowledge, and skills of veteran staff align with agency expectations. So similar to one mentioned earlier, there's a very intentional plan for staff in their first and second year with the agency, but after that, it is based on staff requests. So just looking at some consistency across the agency for that. The second one is under special education services and supports. And the recommendation is to clarify the minimum standard of AEA special education services available to all districts across the AEA and assign staff proportionately in order to provide the services to districts. So some feedback that was provided was around ensuring that the same services and supports are offered consistently across all districts. And then the third one under learning environment is to engage districts in a proactive review of seclusion and restraint data and address identified needs. Data shows that there's been an increase in seclusion and restraint data in schools in the Heartland AEA area. So we are recommending that they look at that data, look at some trends, and help identify solutions with the districts. 4 areas of strengths. The first one under school community planning, the agency worked to plan and align services to each district's mission, vision, and strategic plan. Some examples that districts provided to the team included supporting them in actualizing frameworks such as MTSS, as well as their positive behavior intervention supports. So a theme we heard is that the districts appreciated the AEA coming alongside them as they were envisioning that mission, vision, and strategic plan. A second strength under professional development, as mentioned earlier, what they provide for year 1 and year 2 staff is definitely identified as a strength by the staff themselves. And then the third strength under learning environment mentions the HEART therapeutic classroom program has helped expand the continuum of services that are available to the area schools and has also helped build capacity of the team that serves those students. This is, and maybe they will talk about this, but this is a program that is located in Winterset, and Heartland helped develop that to really meet the needs of students, academic, social emotional behavior, as well as mental health.
The recommendation is that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Heartland AEA through the next review period. So with that, I'll turn it over to Cindy to provide your updates.
Hi, I'm Cindy Alec, I'm the Chief Administrator at Heartland, obviously, and I have with me Dr. Christy Upaw, who is our Chief Student Services Officer, and Dr. Susie Mead, who is our Chief Academic Officer. You are going to be seeing Dr. Mead in about 1 minute after we're done, because we are sharing her great talent and skill with Grant Wood AEA, and she is going to be serving as their interim Chief Administrator. So in a shared role between Heartland and Grant Wood for the next year. So wanted to just clarify for you up front. We wanted to address, and I will go ahead and pass our 1 page around goals around the table, but we wanted to dive into a couple of different things that makes Heartland just unique, because I know you've heard now from some of the AEAs around their action. One thing that you saw mentioned in our required actions is regarding our collaboration and contract with Des Moines Public Schools. You may be aware that Des Moines Public Schools is the one district in the state that has had a different relationship when drawing down AEA services over the years. There's some historical context about when the AEAs were formed and where Des Moines was in providing their own services already that helped them sit out a little bit uniquely. With House implementation of House File 2612, that relationship will change. It was that every year we entered into an agreement or a contract with Des Moines Public Schools and flowed their state special education dollars to them. Now, because of that new language, that contract will no longer exist because as the money goes to the district, then it will stay with the district. The districts will be able to still contract any supports they need from Heartland, either within special education or outside special education. And I know Dr. Feinhardt and our RCD, Matt Kretzinger, were able to meet with leaders in Des Moines Public Schools, talk about the change in the contract language, but also then start to talk about that opportunity moving forward if they want to contract with Heartland. They do have a new director of special education in Des Moines Public Schools who I think started on July 1. So we don't have a fleshed out plan yet if they're going to want to contract for services. So that Des Moines piece I did want to talk about because it's unique in the state, but it's also now changed from what it has been historically. When we look at also some recommended continuous improvement actions, we wanted to just highlight a few things. One thing is you saw that there was a recommendation around us working with schools on understanding how staff are allocated in special education. At the time the visit happened, there was quite a bit of conversation from districts. Heartland is in a unique place that we were using some allocation from EdServ and Media to support special ed. So we took a pretty significant reduction of staff in special education as those funds were no longer available. And so that caused a lot of our districts to wonder about how are you allocating staff? Will we still receive the same staffing levels? So we really helped outline staff are allocated based on three things. One, student enrollment is how a big driver for consultative staff. Second piece then would be a combination of enrollment and then services and IEPs. And then the third prong for determining staff allocation is specifically identified services, direct services on a student's IEP. So we were able to work with superintendents to talk through that staffing plan. Also, as we have reduced staff within special education, that caused us to reallocate across the AEA. So there was some change there. So really wanting staff and districts to understand kind of how that process was working for them. The other thing that's an exciting opportunity for Heartland is as Dr. Feinhardt shared, the demographics are our schools. We are actually serving 4 additional public districts next year. And we are increasing the number of accredited non-public schools by 17. So we have historically had in the mid-20s and went to 30, and we've had 17 more get approved accreditation. I think I get a nice email from Eric Heights on behalf of Tina Wahlberg, letting me know when somebody else is accredited. So that's an exciting opportunity for kids and families in the Des Moines area or in the Heartland area. Other required actions I think we just wanted to highlight is we put across some of the standards. There was directing us to talk about kind of an ongoing feedback loop with schools for next year. Then what we have done is tiered in kind of a multiple layer approach. I hold regional superintendent meetings because in those small group meetings with superintendents, we tend to get a lot more dialogue and feedback about how things are going than when we're in the large group superintendent meeting. We have put in account managers who will be connecting with districts quarterly on anything that they're have contracted with us for or anything they're drawing down outside of special education. And then we have a service area leader model that is constantly embedded with the district to get that ongoing feedback around special education services. So we're hoping that enhanced feedback loop will help districts help us continuously improve. I think just consistently instead of kind of a twice annual check-in. And then I think the other thing we wanted to talk about or share with you is our Center of Excellence. We're actually really excited. Our Center of Excellence is around recruiting, onboarding, and retaining of special education staff. The history on this is a little bit unique in that there are some areas in special education where you have to have a specific type of degree or license to supervise interns in that area. I think the clearest example is in school psychology. Depending on the program they're coming out, you might have to have a PhD level psychologist supervise that internship. Heartland was uniquely positioned to support multiple internships. So that got us thinking about how can we help grow that discipline, that special discipline across the state, and how can we support that? And then that has kind of grown now into its recruiting, its onboarding, its retention. And so we have been very excited to be collaborating with the Department of Ed to work on consistent child find training. You'll see that throughout all of the AE or many of the AEA reports. So we're helping take that lead. And I'm going to let Dr. Yupa talk about where we are with that.
Yes, so we have been working very closely with the Department of Education to ensure that we have that alignment of child find training that aligns with Iowa's special education eligibility and evaluation standards, as well as incorporates evidence-based practices around functional assessment and instruction. So we have just recently gotten some feedback. We're in the process of incorporating that feedback to kind of refine that training. And on August 13th and 14th, we will be delivering professional learning to all new AEA special education practitioners across the entire state at the same time, using technology. We won't all be physically in the same room. But we have those 4 dates scheduled, first 2 in the beginning of August, and then we will follow up again in October and January, because we have learned over the last many, many years that you can't put it all in front of them at the beginning and expect them to really be able to implement and apply. So we'll kind of spiral that professional learning. In addition, we are working very closely with the Early Access Centers of Excellence process as well, because that also is part of all AEA's special education practitioners' work. So we want to make sure those are aligned so that we're really working on Part B and Part C of our requirements. We have created a kind of a forward-facing Google site that all of our AEAs then can go to. It's still a little bit in construction, but they can go there. They can access the approved materials over time as we develop additional consistent professional learning across our specific job-alike groups, for which we are also collaborating with the department on. They can access those materials all in one place. And not only, this is, I think, where it gets to that kind of retention aspect, is it's not just for our new staff. It really is for all of our staff, so that our staff are using the same resources, the same content, the same knowledge, so that we have that consistency of practice. And we feel that that is what really leads to that retention, because we all are working in tandem, we all feel supported, and we really have that kind of consistency of practice. In addition, another kind of nuance that we have learned that was recognized in one of our strengths is that ongoing support of staff, first year, second year. Obviously, we need to continue to stretch it out into our veteran staff. But that mentoring is so critical, because you can go to professional learning, but then when you go out into your practice, if you don't have that mentor, that coach. So we have created kind of a cadence of mentoring that we have found over time has been helpful, that we're sharing with all AEAs, and some really critical coaching questions that not only the mentor but also the supervisor can use with AEA staff to really kind of dig deeper into that implementation of best practice around child find, best practice around special education services.
All right, we'll transition then to our 1 page around our goals. And I know Dr. Feinhardt said we should be brief and concise. So our team are rule followers, so we will do that. We wanted to, I think, to highlight a few things. As you look at goals 1 and 2 on student performance, we see the trend lines are fairly flat. Where the more exciting part of the story is, when you dig into what is going on individually in districts or buildings where they have embedded either deep level coaching from the AEA or a literacy or math consultant, you see that they really are outperforming the trend. So we have examples in really diverse settings in Des Moines, to what we see in Perry, to Knoxville and ADM. So across our demographic, when they have partnered and done that kind of deep school improvement work, you've seen some really nice gains on student performance. So that is one aspect I would just highlight. And then I would like Dr. Mead to talk a little bit. We believe that these goals will shift in the next year as we align with state board goals and the new accreditation process, but I'll let her make a few comments on that.
Sure. So as an AEA system statewide, we did identify that it would be important for us to have common goals instead of different goals. And so we convened a team of folks from each of the AEAs, and we aligned a strategic plan to your board goals as well as the standards that we have. And so we're in the point of, we have the plan, now we need to work on the implementation, and then also how it is that we're going to be collecting data to see whether we're making the mark, hitting the target or not. And so we will be working on that in the next few months.
I think we are open to any questions you might have.
Questions? Well, one comment. Thanks for aligning your goals with the
Yeah.
state. It's nice. You mentioned in the summary, there's 53 public schools and a lot of non-publics as well. Did I understand correctly that there were some school districts that were petitioning to get into Heartland?
So we have 4 districts that did take a resolution to their board that they will receive special education services from Heartland next year, which was a change from their, I guess, resident AE, I would say, which was Prairie Lakes. So 4 districts have done that and made that move officially. We had another handful of districts that had that inquiry. Unfortunately, the inquiry was pretty late, the end of May, and we didn't feel like we could ensure high quality service on that timeline. But have said if they want to have that conversation earlier in the year, we would look at how we could provide services.
Are you pointing anybody?
I'm just, generally, but you probably know. And it's a unique challenge for Heartland when we think about that constellation of districts, because geographically they're not close. But as I have said to that group of superintendents, the other, I think, unique thing about that was 3 of the 4 districts were turning over superintendents at the time the conversation was going on. But as I have told the superintendents, we are up for the challenge as long as we can ensure high quality service delivery. So that is, if they want to continue that conversation, where we'll start that this year.
Says a lot about your operations.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Other questions or comments?
Was there a rule that the districts had to be contiguous to how your district expanded?
Yeah, I will, if I don't get it right, Mr. Mays will maybe correct me. Your AEA has to be contiguous with the other AEA. So it's not that your district has to be contiguous with the AEA boundary, but that your current AEA must be contiguous to the AEA that you're wanting to draw down services. I think the other thing I would point out is that is for special education. Districts can already draw down educational or media supports or consultant time from any of the AEAs. That is within their purview. And we do have conversations going on with some districts saying there's something unique and we are wanting to access that. So we are in those conversations, and that does not require board action or any type of movement you can purchase service from any AEA outside of special education.
Thank you.
One question about the recommended actions, the recommended proactive review of seclusion and restraint data. Can you talk through what that's going to look like?
So Christy, do you want to talk about that?
Yep. So we will look at the individual districts' data obviously have some access to that information, work with their leadership team. And obviously, we also want to ensure that we're aligning with the required, professional learning content around seclusion and restraint. So it really will be looking at site by site, district by district, because it's those individual practices that really influence that data.
Other questions or comments? Not, I would entertain a motion. to replicate what the department is designed.
Some road.
Thank you, Mary.
Second.
Thank you, Cass. Motion by Mary, second by Cass. Any further discussion or question? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nice.
On to Grant Wood.
Yeah, do you have some? Yes, yes. And actually, Melissa should be on. Yeah. I did shoot out there because I didn't. There she is, right behind you.
All right, so here we have Grant Wood Area Education Agency. They have 440 staff members serving 32 public school districts and 30 accredited non-public schools. They only have 2 level 3 districts and 5 level 2 districts for differentiated accountability. And their center of excellence is focused on post-secondary transition. And the AEA has some required actions in special education services and supports. Like others, they need to provide professional learning and implementation support on Child Find for AEA staff, especially those staff working in early access, supporting that Part C to Part B transition to address the consistency of practices there. We would also are requiring them to investigate the impact that staff members' understanding of Achieve has on documenting IEP services and on potentially identifying the services they're delivering for learners with disabilities, and develop a plan to ensure staff are designing and delivering special education programming aligned with learner needs and accurately documenting those services in Achieve. And documenting those services, activities, and supports needed to provide a FAPE, because we got some feedback from staff that they don't necessarily understand how to document things in Achieve. And because they don't understand how to document it, they're making decisions about services based on how they know how to document or what they know how to document. So we need to address that issue.
Can you tell me what FAPE stands for?
Yes, free and appropriate public education.
That's right.
Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it. So with that, Betsy's going to cover a couple recommended improvement actions and some strengths.
Okay. The first recommended continuous improvement action we would like to highlight is under technology planning services. And that is to implement processes and strategies to increase awareness, consideration, and use of assistive technology and accessible educational materials. Through the visit, it was shared that there had been a reduction in staff serving assistive technology and that the AEA was moving to a generalist model. And so just making sure that they build capacity of all staff then to support those decisions. And then the second one that I want to highlight is under compliance, which is to develop AEA systems that allow for a proactive review of both Part C and Part B requirements, and also provide a proactive response when needs are identified. And our recommendation is to start with Child Find and then to build on those processes. Under areas for strengths, the first one is under professional development. Professional learning, coaching, and feedback on the family-guided routines-based intervention is a priority for the agency, and we wanted to highlight that as a strength and how it has positively impacted implementation fidelity. They have piloted a systems coaching framework and used master coaches to really provide that ongoing support. So that's in that realm of early access. Under learning environment, I would like to highlight that the AEA has piloted an on-site intensive modeling of program implementation that is by teachers for teachers. And that is really around the area of social emotional behavioral support. And then the third strength under program evaluation, the agency is using the SAMI, which is a self-assessment of MTSS implementation tool, to help form goals and identify continuous improvement steps. And they have a 4-year cycle of improvement that they work all districts through that really helps them look at and evaluate the services within that district and also across their school board and community stakeholders.
It is recommended that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Grantwood AEA through the next review period with the required improvement actions completed. Grantwood AEA will include confirmation of the implementation of all required improvement actions and its work towards recommended improvement actions in its budget reviewed for approval by the State Board of Education in March of 2026. So with that, Susie, I'm going to turn it over to you now as the Chief Administrator.
Sounds great.
All right.
Well, first off, I'd like to have this great team introduce themselves. We'll start.
My name is Bill Polk. I'm a Director of Teaching and Learning at Grantwood.
I'm Tracy Lieberman. I'm also a Director of Teaching and Learning at Grantwood AEA.
And we have.
Hi, everybody. I'm Melissa Ford. I'm the Director of Student Services at Grantwood AEA.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. And thank you for the opportunity to talk about Grantwood. It's fairly new to me, but I'm really leaning on the team members here. And I'm thankful that we have the opportunity to build a plan and to have a plan and to work the plan. So I can guarantee in March, we will have some great success. So we're looking forward to that. So we're just going to go ahead and start by sharing with you some of our current plans to address the required actions. The first one on Child Find for AEA staff, especially early access, we are going to make sure that we have our training completed by November 14th, and we will ensure that we're engaging in the evaluation standards in the learning modules that are available. And so to ensure that consistency. And then we are going to also have a plan for consistent implementation support because we know that training isn't everything. We have to help to support the implementation of that. So we will use our internal supports as well as looking forward to using the Department of Education supports that are out in the field to help to make this happen. And then again, we plan to report on the progress to the state board in March. And so ensuring that all of our folks, including our regional administrators, are involved in that training and have that internal capacity that they can also share externally with districts that we serve. So that's the first one. And for number 2, to investigate the impact that staff members' understanding of achieved documentation has on their IEP development. We have a pretty comprehensive plan for that, which we're going to have a survey with our staff so we can just assess where people are. Because we know that that's probably pretty differentiated. And so we just need to know where folks are. And we'll have that survey completed by October 15th. And then if necessary, we will have some focus groups if we need to get some qualitative data based on what our quantitative data is telling us. So we will get that completed by the middle of November. And then we're going to go ahead by December 1st, have an analysis of the trends so that we have a good understanding of what those key priorities are that we need to be focusing on with our folks. And then we will also take a look at, do some dipsticks or some crosswalks of some of the achieve entries and the service logs so we can identify too kind of where things are falling off. And then we will do some training, a feedback loop, and then we will go on as far as ongoing monitoring and follow up to ensure that not only do we get going in the right direction, we continue to stay in the right direction. So again, look forward to sharing our progress with you at the March State Board meeting. And then our third one is to develop a plan to ensure staff are designing and delivering programming aligned to the free and appropriate education that students deserve and need. And so we are going to have all staff, again, watch the Iowa Department of Ed's FAPE training. And so we will have that during our in-service time in August before folks hit the road and they're out in districts. And then we will also have a rubric that will be developed to align to that. so that people will be able to check themselves and also have coaches or other people mentor them to say, hey, yes, you're doing that, or that this might be an area that you need to improve upon. And then we're going to request that the Department of Ed program consultants help us with some ongoing coaching. So that will happen in September. And then we will continue to work our plan and come back to you again in March to let you know that. So any questions about that at all? Would you like to see a little update on where we are with our goals? Bill has the handout that he'll pass along to everyone. We have 3 goals in our agency, and they are, you'll be excited to know, directly aligned to the state board goals too. So we're excited about that. Yes. And so one of the things that we just want you to know, we think that in a complex educational setting, it's important to be very focused and clear on what we want to spend our time and efforts on. And you can see at the top of this handout, the 3 things that we are focused on. We ensure that there's instructional improvement and support. We want to make sure that we have systems in place and we're using data to make decisions so that we are moving forward for students. And then we want to ensure that we have capacity building and professional development, both internally and externally. So those are the 3 things that we really are focusing on and will continue to focus on. So here's our progress. Goal 1, that's aligned to the state board goal. Number 2, it's really all about student achievement. And you'll see some really nice progress as far as our 3rd graders in reading, our 5th graders in math, and then the gap is as far as with the IEP proficient in reading, that gap is narrowing. So that's really good news for us. We want to continue that trajectory in the positive way. For goal number 2, that's really about your conditions for learning for students. And so again, our progress is we're really excited about our chronically absent percentages going down. That's a very nice steady decline, and that's what we would want to see. So 13% still isn't okay. We want to make sure that we make a bigger dent, but we're making a dent with that, we feel. And then also, we just wanted to share with you that when we are providing professional learning in the area of social emotional behavior health, the districts are telling us that they're seeing a decrease in office discipline referrals. Now, we're not doing that with every district in every school building, but those that engage with us are seeing it. They're seeing a decrease in that with their efforts. So we're excited about that. We feel like we have the right training and the right kinds of support to help people move the right way. And then our 3rd goal is quality service providers. Grant Wood has an amazing mentoring and induction program that they provide to many of the school districts in the area. And you'll see the number of teachers each year, the new teachers that have been involved. And it's a very healthy 270 last year, which was really nice. That is nice for districts too, because having been a superintendent myself, that's a very, very important role that we play to ensure that people stay in the field and know exactly what is expected of them. But it's also one of those things that sometimes doesn't become a priority when other things are happening. So to know that we have that support for them. And then we also wanted to share with you some feedback that we've received when we give a survey after people have attended a professional development that we've provided. And by and large, a great majority of our people are very satisfied and see that it makes an impact in the work that they do back in their school or their district.
Thank you for providing that.
Yes.
Missing from some of the reports today is that we provided, but there's no follow-up as far as the impact. So thank you for doing it.
We'll be happy to take any questions that you might have of us.
Question for you. So are you balancing goals?
Well, I lean on some of my other friends like Tina, who has done 2 jobs at once too, and ask them for tips of the trade. I'm only 2 weeks in, so my sanity is still here. So that's a good thing. But I again, like I started off, this is a fantastic team that they want to do what's best for kids and best for districts. And so I'm just here helping to guide the way. Is it only for a year? At this point, yes, and then we'll reevaluate. Okay.
Other questions or comments for Grant Wood?
One of the recommended actions under implement instruction and assessment focuses on HQIM implementation. Can you speak to how you seek to address that recommended action?
For Grant Wood, high quality instructional materials.
Implementation science to support districts with activities like curriculum adoption.
So we are engaging all of our fee-for-service consultants in a year-long study of implementation science. So that is actually AEA system-wide. We are engaging in monthly 90-minute Zoom sessions across all 9 AEAs in which we are focused on implementation science. So we are very excited about that professional learning so that we're all using similar language in all districts across the state of Iowa. We're basing that on the National Implementation Research Network website and all that evidence-based research. We're excited to be able to engage in that and to use that language with all schools across the state to be able to support implementation science.
When you say all schools across the state, are those all meaning every school or all that are subscribing to ed services through the?
Yeah, all that are contracting with us for that, for those ed services.
Do you have any ballpark estimate as far as how many are not?
I mean, we have a variety, I mean, across all AEAs, there's a wide variety.
With Grantwood.
We have a large variety of, I mean, we are engaging with most of ours. So, I mean, we have our ed services consultants, 75% of our days that they have are contracted out with schools right now. So we have a large percent where they have already been contracted out for those services.
In some cases, there are districts that are contracting out 2 or 3 days for a person to provide that support, and some that are few as just like we're doing professional development these 5 days during the year. We would like to have an ongoing plan with you so that we can have that. So from as little as that to as big as there's somebody there almost half-time.
Every week.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you guys the only one doing the Center of Excellence with secondary transition?
We are, yes. And we are not, that is not due until the end of 2026. So we're not onboarding, we're starting to do the work, but we're not like ready to share the plan yet. So yeah, we're doing some internal work yet. Okay.
The transition means going from school to college, school to work, school to trade school.
Secondary transition activities.
Other questions? Hearing none. Accept the motion to approve the recommendation as provided by the.
To approve the recommendation of the department as provided.
I'll second. Second by Todd. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to join via Zoom, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so we have Northwest.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
It will be, good afternoon. Because we're putting in a full day.
Checking to see if it's other people are on Zoom a
They
second.
were on panels. We lost video in the ICN, so I don't know if they're having some issues or not. We don't need to tie it up if they're not available.
Good to go without?
If we can add them throughout, but
Okay.
Sherry and
I'd
Sarah.
like to have them during the question period, probably more importantly, but
Okay,
should have, if you're looking for a Sherry Blake and Sarah Klingen-Smith would be the folks on the Zoom if we could add them.
Not her.
No, that's Melissa.
Here's.
let's go ahead and get started and we'll add them.
Sounds good. Start.
All right, so we have Northwest AEA. They have about 250 AEA staff members serving 34 public school districts and 32 accredited non-public school districts.
They have 2 level 3 IDADA districts and 6 level 2 IDADA districts. And their center of excellence is focused on learners with significant cognitive disabilities. Northwest AEA has 1 required improvement action, and it is in the area of special education services and supports. The agency is required to provide professional learning and implementation of children with disabilities ages 3 to 5 years old. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Betsy.
Okay. The first recommended continuous improvement action I would like to highlight is under curriculum instruction and assessment. And that is to introduce a structured curriculum adoption framework to streamline support to schools and ensure fidelity of implementation. And as part of that, there was also a recommendation to ensure that special programs such as the Juvenile Detention Center are included in that process. The second one is under special education services and supports, and that is to provide system-wide training on the SDI framework, the specially designed instruction framework, and to also embed that in learning across disciplines to ensure coherence. So that was a staff desire that was surfaced so that they can effectively support districts. And then the third one under management services is to implement a regular review of service delivery, gather input, and assess internal capacity to meet needs. And so this includes strengthening the communication channels and to align the services that the AEA provides to district goals. Under highlighted areas for strengths, under special education and services, the specially designed instruction coaches have dedicated time to support coaching opportunities for staff and to engage in learning. So that is a strength that was brought forth for those coaches who are supporting districts in the specially designed instruction work. They are participating in communities of practice, they are networking with job-alike staff, and they are chosen based on their expertise in the content area that they are coaching. The second strength I want to highlight is under learning environment, and that is that the districts in the AEA had the lowest average percent of school removals that were greater than 10 days, as well as a downward trend in chronic absenteeism. So the team really saw that the AEA staff have a strong understanding of the connection between student engagement and attendance. So really thinking about relationships, supportive adults, and mental health support. And then the third strength is under program evaluation, and that is that the agency uses a variety of qualitative and quantitative data to set goals and identify action steps. So they have staff surveys. They use the AEA SAMI, which again is that self-assessment of MTSS implementation, and they also highly prioritize student outcome data.
It is recommended that the State Board of Education grant continued accreditation to Northwest AEA through the next review period with the required improvement actions completed. Northwest AEA will include confirmation of the implementation of all required improvement actions and its work towards recommended improvement actions in its budget reviewed for approval by the State Board of Education in March 2026. And with that, I am going to turn it over to Seth, the new Chief Administrator at Northwest AEA. So Seth, you want to introduce yourself and your team?
Are they on?
Yes, they
All right,
are.
we have one. Excellent. So I'm,
Yep, sure.
oh, we have, yeah, excellent. All right. So my name is Seth Puro. As Angelisa pointed out, I'm the Chief Administrator on day 16, so new seat. With me are Sherry Blake. She's our director and largely spearheading a lot of the ed service type services, in addition to her role in supervising and supporting staff in special education. And Sarah Klingensmith, who shares a similar role as a director with just a different breadth on her plate. And she's largely in support of our special education staff, the core team members, and serves as a representative as part of the statewide system in that special ed leadership role, as Sherry serves in the statewide system as our representative for the ed services work. So excellent. So what you have in front of you is an overview of our goals. So some context. Our agency is had a long tradition of including shared leadership, and that includes involving members of our agency leadership team. So this is any staff that supervise another staff member is part of the agency leadership team, and that includes members in the leadership from both of our certified and our classified staff unions. And then we historically have added on content leads as part of the development of all agency goals. Because of the transition, that team has not met in their normal cadence, but they will be getting together on August 4th and 5th to engage in similar work. And we're excited to have the opportunity to embed the recommendations from the accreditation process into that work. In addition, we have a board workshop coming up here on Monday to do some similar foundation setting in that same space. And so this information will go into that. So these goals I'll go over briefly, but in line with the strength that was just shared by Betsy. The first thing that you're looking at really is a highlight of years worth of focused work around increasing staff capacity and system capacity to support MTSS, along with the SDI framework together. That's how we've generated the results that you're going to see on the back of this document related to closing the achievement gap. Most recently, the focus was narrowed across the board as the agency met their goals for all areas, with the exception of progress toward assessment database decision-making, which narrowed the focus last year. And I'm hopeful that will continue to be an area of focus because it just really aligns with the action planning, with the recommendations that you guys have laid out with the accreditation plan. The middle two really just focus on staff, making sure staff have what they need to do great work, and shows improvement in staff understanding of the systems, which again dovetails nicely into the required action and the recommended actions related to just staff understanding processes, implementing processes, and having the support to do those things with high levels of fidelity. On the back, what you'll see is alignment with the department goal related to closing the achievement gap. Proud to say that Northwest has consistently been at the first or second for performance outcomes for learners with IEPs in the state. And I think that contributes to having one of the narrowest gaps and then consistently showing progress toward narrowing that gap pretty much each year since across all those areas. So that's what you find on the back. Turning the focus to our Center of Excellence. So we're a 1 year delay. So our implementation date for the significant disability focus area is July 1, 26. Sarah leads that effort, has been leading that plan. So things that have happened so far since March is that there's been a review of progress data within Northwest who had been identified as eligible for alternate assessment, and really using that data to serve as a foundation, driving that work forward. There's been, as Betsy pointed out as well, a reallocation of that FTE that was previously allocated to stand up something that was unique within Northwest, which was the SDI coaching team. Their FTE has been reallocated to align with that, but also to make sure that we're providing services across our agency for those related needs. So that is a shift. For us, we were also seeing a focus on implementing high leverage practices in those and developing the resources and materials for AAA staff internally, and then working toward those key components of making sure that each staff member really understands those practices aligned with what the districts are also working on and focused on for that alignment. Next steps would be to then work on onboarding all team members based on that initial establishment of that core team's work, and then extending that out across the AEA system with input from multidisciplinary groups and across the AEA system and from districts that are engaging in similar work. So that's a short version on that work. I too identified, I think, pretty similar areas. So we do have one required action. And so that aligns nicely with some of our strengths and I think will be fairly easy to stand up. I've been working with Sue Moran, who leads our early childhood department. She's already working in collaboration with Sarah to adopt in the statewide modules around Child Find and figure out which staff we need to target. Northwest uniquely has had a very strong history and is currently implementing the primary service provider model within early childhood. So we serve very consistent staffing teams from 0 to 5, with then other teams really focused on serving that K-12 population. So fortunately, and aligned with the recommendation, the required action, we have a pretty good idea of where we need to target those efforts and how we need to modify the existing training, what they've had, and make sure that they're getting that when they come in. So the challenge, I think, for us will be meeting that November 15th deadline. And that'll require rescheduling based on those identified groups. And then maybe working with the department staff assigned to the region to figure out what really is part of that required training component, and then what additional follow-up coaching and support to ensure ongoing implementation can follow that November date will be something I'm looking forward to just working more in collaboration with. With that said, I'm at 6:30, so I'm happy to go into some additional of the recommendation areas or turn it over for questions.
I'm good with the questions. Thank you for providing a lot of details with your report. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
The data. Questions for Northwest?
One question I had was related to the recommended actions under special education services and supports. Can you talk a little bit about how you are pursuing instructional interventions that have an evidence base of accelerating growth in the region?
Yeah, so there's a bit of history of that. I think that was highlighted with the SDI work, and I think it's also reinforced by our data around designations for both IDADA and ESSA work. In talking with Sue around what we're going to do to approach the required actions for the interventions and assessments related to EL. Confident she has an approach that we can build on even more so. And I think that dovetails into our Center of Excellence work for the SIGNAS population as well. I'm glad to hear that was a staff initiated want for more SDI framework, because that really has been something that we've been working on deeply for years. That shows up in that MTSS alignment too. So in that space, I'm excited to learn more for what we've had going on this last year, figure out what's available through the statewide system, and then work in collaboration with the department to figure out really where do we need to narrow that focus moving forward and how we're going to do that. That'll probably be a big topic on August 4th.
Other comments or questions for Northwest? Hearing none, take a recommendation as provided by the Department of Ed.
Second.
Struggle today, I guess.
Wasn't sure who.
She did.
Okay. Moved by Cass and second by Brian. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
One thing before you go, when we do the executive summaries again moving forward, which I echo Mary's comment, they were fantastic. It would be great to add a section for the centers of excellence. So you have those updates to track along moving forward too.
Like, an update with points about their progress. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And nothing heavy, nothing significant, just like 3 things.
Yeah, great. That's good feedback. Thank you. Any other feedback on?
Yeah, I agree. I think, but also when they come back in March, are we going to get updates on the centers of excellence and where the progress?
So you did get an update on the Centers of Excellence this year in the budget report. So I think, yes, we could do the same thing. Yep, the director, but yes, I would assume we'd do the same thing this year.
Yeah, that was one of my questions. That's why I was taking notes.
Yeah.
I had one comment. I know that when we've seen AEA stuff before, there's a map like that shows their district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just couldn't remember that today for all of them.
I was flipping back.
If you want to grab that and put it with it, then we know where, I mean, I know where like 2 or 3 of them are, but not all the.
Can we have a map and then the number of students on the actual map?
Yeah. Yep. I can do that too. That's not.
I was like trying to flip back through all trying to figure out where.
Right.
And then.
I mean, you asked.
I did. You're right. And then I'm like, I'm trying to flip back through my material, trying to figure out who has like what students in. That'd be helpful.
But otherwise, I enjoyed the informative, the summary.
Yeah.
That's
Very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
To that, oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
To that end, if, is there, just to summarize the feedback on the form, providing additional information about the Centers of Excellence, which will again come up in the March budget conversations, and then having a supplemental resource with a map corresponding to district school students. Is there anything else as the department has implemented just in the past effective 2 weeks, essentially, in the 6 months that predated it, this new accreditation process that the board would like to see?
Well, maybe in the service area data, it says like accredited non-public schools. So can we do, like, if it's accredited, can we do like number of charter schools in that number, just kind of break it out? Might be helpful. Yeah.
Any other feedback?
It's a great start.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
It has been an incredible effort in collaboration between department team and system, and then obviously our Division of Special Education, both regional and central offices, and our Division of PK through 12 learning, who had interdisciplinary teams that conducted all visits and supported key findings represented to you today. So incredible team effort, and thank you.
Good. Thank you. That's great. Okay. I think we're ready to bring this home. Is it Grandview or is it Red Barn? Where are we at in the agenda? I think it's Grandview.
The red bar is actually not required. Red bar anymore, so I'm very disappointed about it. It's like a lot now. Right?
Welcome.
They probably will.
Clearly, I
Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Robbins, Director Snow, and members of the board. My name is Amy Mayer. I am a program consultant with the Educator Quality Team responsible for state approval processes and accreditation. I'd also like to recognize team members, Dr. Miriam Rodzabo and Dr. Stephanie Teakip, who had key roles in this review. Joining us today from Grandview University is Dr. Jacqueline Easter. She is the department chair. Throughout the rest of the presentation, to save some time, I'll refer to Grandview as GVU. And I'll be sharing key points from their review and then turn it over to Dr. Easter to share some highlights of their program and introduce additional representatives of her team that are here today. The full report is available and provided for your review. Educator preparation does move through a 7-year accreditation cycle. GVU was last granted full approval in 2018. My colleagues and I engaged in an extensive program review to verify and validate GVU's compliance with educator preparation program standards in Chapter 79 and provide recommendations for continuous improvement. The reviewed programs include teacher, school social work, and professional school counseling. A brief overview of the engagement in our process: we had a total of 20 experts that participated. 219 survey responses were analyzed from various stakeholder groups. On site, we had conducted 47 interviews and 6 classroom visits, reviewed handbooks and syllabi, and went through student files to audit for required documentation. When evaluating educator programs, there are 2 major categories: assurance and continuous improvement. With the insurance component, GVU is compliant with the Higher Learning Commission, accredited by the Council for Schoolwork or Social Work Education. Their curriculum exhibits were approved by the Board of Educational Examiners as well as our team. And the identified concerns from the review have been resolved, resulting in compliance with Chapter 79. For continuous improvement, there were many recommendations shared with the program that were recognized and acted upon. Today, I'm going to share some key highlights of the standards containing the majority of recommendations and concerns, in addition to strengths that were recognized where GVU goes above and beyond the standards. In the governance standard, GVU was praised for effective leadership and making strategic and data-informed improvements to the school social work program. Inconsistent advising loads across faculty positions were identified, prompting a recommendation to establish clearer policies that ensured equitable advising responsibilities. Those advising assignments are now balanced across their faculty, with a temporary adjustment made to accommodate for some overlapping cohorts. In the area of concerns, the team found that key roles lacked equitable support and clear role definitions. The unit responded by restructuring those responsibilities and assigning appropriate release time, ensuring more sustainable leadership and oversight. across their programs. In the faculty standard, the program was praised for its collaborative culture and the strong professional commitment of its faculty. As a result, recommendations provided the unit strengthened communication around faculty evaluation and formalized responsibilities for tracking recency requirements, ensuring greater clarity and continuity in the faculty support process. To resolve concerns, the unit clarified the field experience coordinator's role and reassigned workload to ensure a sustainable balance of responsibilities. In addition, the unit took steps to revise faculty course assignments and enhance professional development and ensure appropriate instructional alignment through updated experiences or changes in teaching responsibilities. Next, I'm going to combine both the clinical and knowledge, skills, and disposition standards for the teacher prep program. GVU teacher candidates exceed clinical and student teaching requirements, completing more hours than state minimums. The unit also demonstrated a strong commitment to candidate well-being. As a result of recommendations, the unit strengthened clinical practice by improving practicum and communication, tracking diverse placement experiences through their assessment system, and ensuring student teachers clearly understood the mock evaluation process tied to the Iowa teaching standards. In addition, the unit took meaningful steps to enhance literacy instruction, standardize course expectations, and ensure alignment with Iowa academic standards. These improvements reflect a commitment to better preparing teacher candidates across all subject areas. GVU did need to resolve a concern to address an identified gap in reading theory preparation for secondary candidates. The program added a foundational literacy course and outlined measurable objectives to track student competency. I'm also going to combine clinical and knowledge, skills, and disposition standards specific to the school social work program. This program actually stood out for its exemplary assessment system and commitment to high quality placements. Students are supported through a personalized, structured approach to skill development through their clinical experiences. In addition, students reported strong trust in the faculty, highlighting valuable professional experiences and a high level of support provided. This relationship was a clear strength in promoting student confidence and growth. The program addressed a recommendation by demonstrating how coursework meets the requirements for cultural competency and diverse learner support, particularly through targeted assignments and instruction in key content areas. One compliance concern was resolved by integrating dyslexia-specific training and applied learning into core coursework for school social work and counseling students, ensuring future practitioners are better equipped to support struggling readers and their families. In the review of GVU's professional school counseling program, we did identify significant concerns in governance, oversight, and assessment. Key issues included a lack of unit level responsibility, absence of an advisory board and formal oversight structures, ineffective faculty selection criteria, and unclear processes for curriculum, clinical placement, and assessment management. GVU does have an approved counseling program that was the intended foundation on which to build an additional focus on professional school counseling. Our review intersected with the first cohort of PSC students that were completing the program following their initial approval in the spring of 2023. This opportunity to review the real-time functioning of the program found that GVU didn't have the anticipated resources to continue meeting the additional expectations of Chapter 79 to specifically prepare students for counseling in school settings. In response, GVU has elected to sunset the PSC program and implement a formal teach-out plan, with all students scheduled to complete by spring of 2026. Oversight was transferred to the Education Department Chair. Dr. Easter worked closely with the PSC consultant and licensed professional school counselors to revise the curriculum, align assessments with Iowa standards, and ensure instructional continuity and quality clinical experiences. With the program no longer admitting new candidates, efforts have shifted from long-term program development to ensuring a focused, compliant, and high-quality experience for the remaining students. Our team does commend GVU for the time, effort, and detail paid to addressing all of the concerns presented following the decision to sunset the program. That exemplary work is actually documented in the final section of the board report for your review. So based on this evidence, the review team recommends full approval for the Grandview University Teachers School Social Work Program and Teacher Preparation Programs until the next site visit in 2031-32, and continued approval for the revised Professional School Counseling Program until August of 2026. Our team will continue to support GVU through that, through progress monitoring through the next year and annual report submissions for the next 3 years. So before we move to your questions, I will hand things over to Dr. Easter to share additional information through her presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you for having us today. Thank you to the DE, Miriam, Amy, Stephanie, all of the volunteers, just the time and the energy and the feedback devoted to the improvement of our program is really appreciated. So thank you. My name is Dr. Jackie Easter. I'm the Education Department Chair at Grandview. I'm joined today by Leah Cole, who's our Field Experience and Assessment Coordinator, and Dr. Diana O'Leary, an Assistant Professor of Education full-time in our department. We have several full-time faculty supporting us from afar today who have expertise in social studies, literacy, math, dyslexia, ELL, and I would be remiss to omit our administrative coordinator, Valerie Foster, who's just an incredible champion and support for our program. In school social work, we collaborate with Dr. Kathy Beck-Cross, who's the department chair and program coordinator, and Dr. Alyssa Caldbeck, who is the field education director. And those individuals, I get to share on their behalf that just last week they received full national accreditation from the Council for Social Work Education, which is an incredible feat, and we're very proud of them for that. So next, I would like to share some education program updates and enhancements we've made to our program since last September. We received really thorough, helpful feedback from the DE team, the site visit team. And so nearly immediately after the site visit, we were able to get to work. So we really appreciated that quick early feedback, and we were able to work through it in I think, a thoughtful, systematic way. So the DE team found that there were several roles in our department that were not clearly defined, and maybe inequitable in some cases. So we were able to bring the individuals in those roles together along with our dean, including some individuals who maybe were going to receive some of those duties. And we went so far as to update those roles and have them on file with HR so that it's clearly written, and it's been a very formal process. We are continuing to find the balance in our advising loads. In our faculty handbook, it's written that each full-time faculty member can have up to 25 advisees. As of this presentation, we have between 16 and 22, with sophomore advisees being selected this summer. So they'll be pretty even by the end of this summer. The reason for the maybe big difference, that slight difference this summer is because of recent graduates. In the faculty standard, the DE team recommended that we have a better process for communicating about part-time faculty evaluation, along with a 40-hour recency requirement. As of this meeting, we only have one faculty member who's still working on that 40-hour requirement. She has the knowledge, she has the preparation. She just needed a little more recent opposite level experience, and she will be completed with that here in the next couple of weeks. All other faculty continue to have ongoing engagement in K-12 schools and are assigned appropriately for the 2025-26 academic years. In the clinical and the knowledge, skills, and disposition standards, we nearly immediately formed a literacy subcommittee, which will continue to meet. And is particularly, we're interested in the data from the Foundations of Reading test. We have had all teacher candidates who've taken the test pass except one. So we're really proud to have a strong Science of Reading aligned program. And to strengthen this work even further, we've expanded the Science of Reading through some internal curriculum changes with our secondary program. We even added to PE and art education as well, and school social work. And those curriculum changes have also been approved by the BOEE as well. In professional school counseling, the clinical mental health counseling program at Grandview is incredibly strong. At the time a few years ago that we proposed the addition of school counseling, it just made sense to have more opportunities for our students to pursue school counseling to meet this area of need throughout the state. We just haven't been able to generate the interest in the program that we anticipated. And so as you heard, we've decided to sunset that program primarily based on a reassessment of the resources we have and the number of candidates that we were able to attract. We're going to focus on the other great programs we offer, but in the meantime, we have 4 students remaining in the program and we have a responsibility to them. So we have secured a professional school counseling consultant. She has been with us since November, and we have been working really hard along with some other Iowa institutions who have strong school counseling programs to ensure that the state of Iowa standards, substandards, and assessments are really strongly evident in the remainder of the school counseling courses that the 4 students have. In closing, I would like to share some of the unique elements of our program that we will continue to strengthen moving forward. We are incredibly proud of the work of the literacy subcommittee. 2 members are in this room, and our very strong science of reading aligned program. All of our teacher candidates, not just elementary candidates, starting this fall are going to have that additional foundations of reading coursework. We're also proud to be only one of 2 institutions in the state that offer the dyslexia specialist endorsement. We are continuing to staff that program with qualified instructors from around the state, and we graduate between 15 and 25 students in that area each year. And finally, we are incredibly proud of our community partnerships, particularly with Des Moines Public Schools. Our elementary reading students are engaged in Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention with students through a structured literacy tutoring experience with Cattell Elementary. We are also offering the 2nd cohort in collaboration with Des Moines Public Schools, where DMPS has identified staff members within their own walls who want to become licensed teachers. We have 10 staff members who are in that program right now, and all of them are going to be special educators in Des Moines Public Schools as of 2027. So I have more to share on that front, but I know that we're running short on time, so I'm glad to answer any questions you have. Thank you for your time.
Questions about the Grandview program?
Doing some good work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I was noticing on the report that compares the 2017-18 site concerns with what was found in 2024-25. I noticed there was some with faculty load and faculty qualifications. Is this an ongoing issue for schools, or is this unique?
It's not, and there were clear differences in the way that that concern was identified in 2018 and the way that it was identified here. So it was addressed by Grandview, and then there was a different issue that was identified in this report. So while there is a correlation, it wasn't one that we were concerned about.
I just want to make a comment that I'd like to see the dyslexic program, seeing more of that being identified in their school system. In my last 2 years as a soup, we saw more of that. So it's good to be another program in that area.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
Appreciate that.
Other comments or questions? Okay, so the recommendation is to provide full approval for teacher and social work preparation programs. So their next approval is scheduled for 2031, 2032, approval for professional school counseling through August 2026.
Is that one motion or 2?
I think it's 1.
So moved.
Good job by Brooke.
Second.
Second by Cass.
Second everything today.
Any further questions or comments? Hearing none. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Very nice.
We are adjourned.